left. Alistar, Rel, Leona, Silas, really happy to take all of those ultimates.
So it's
I know I'm late, but we are here for the Costream.
What are you gonna give me, bro?
Yeah.
Which engage do you want to give?
I mean, I kind of like the Leona angle. I think you want the tankiest support possible, not named Alistar, because Silas is on the other side. Just to go in there with this Vi and Ahri combination, and that's it.
I'm not gonna lie, this scares me for hubs. Vi, Ahri, Leona. You also got an equalizer that's probably going to drop on your head on top of that, so he's going to be a high priority target for these fights. You're going to have to play a lot of defense. You're going to have to see Bio and Tubbs really try and peel for this Varus and make sure he's not in a bad spot. Good positioning, can do a lot here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's an angle too where Hub ends up going for the poke Varus build. I still think it is very viable. It's not as great in lane, of course, but it does allow you to play the game at a much safer distance. And if I'm looking at if I am a Varus facing down the barrel of Rumble, Leona, Vi, Ahri, I'm just like, I want to be as far away as possible, man. Stay way over there.
I'm taking a plane ticket right out. I don't want to be anywhere near that because that engage can come from across the screen if you're not careful. Just a flash Q, and you're locked down by the cease and desist. So you're going to have to be careful about that. But what about the offensive options for Polestar? I do want to talk about that. You were mentioning Poke Varus is one of the potentials.
I think so. And we talk about Aurora as well. Both of these teams have basically champions who want to dive that backline. So both Mobility and Hub are actually in a lot of danger this game, and I think it is going to be really important for both of them to be able to keep their lives, avoid those all-ins coming in from champions like the Aurora, the Silas, the Skarner. So I think about how you can defend your backline and how these AD carries can actually play these fights out is going to be crucial.
Of course, every time you get the fourth shot, it's the auto crit. If you crit, you get the movement speed buff. So that is your mobility. That is it right there that you have to utilize to get away from the rest of what's going on for the engage of Polestar. And, you know, mobility is in the name, so I'm kind of expecting him to be able to pull that off. But again, he's an experienced player. He had 6
I do love Pulse's draft here, honestly.
See if he can step up as we get ready for game number 1. Winthrop University versus Polestar.
And I gotta say, I mean, talking about mobility, I think as a player, since we first saw him on Evil Genius Challengers back in 2023, take that in there, 2 years ago now, when he was subbing while we were waiting for King to get his visa. I think he's come a long way since then. He's improved a good bit, and now he's in the NACL, not as a sub, not as a emergency measure, but as a starter. And he's trying to make his mark as he's still very hungry.
Yeah, he only had 6 games on AoE last summer, and in that, he's one of the better farmers at 9.5 CS per minute, so he really did pull his worth despite being a sub. And with a more stable roster to start off with, Winthrop University should look good for him, as Polestar going to be on the map right now, working as a 5 unit, just trying to find any stragglers that might be lost in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, I like that angle there. You already have a pretty good matchup in the top lane. You catch Denethor slipping, you could just ruin his day that much more. Few things worth pointing out. Adam is going for the electrocute on the Silas. I actually kind of like this angle, not just because electrocute has been buffed recently, but also
Electrocute got buffed recently? I think I missed that.
he wants to take someone down like Mobility, like Denethor, and he just wants to get as much burst damage as he can. Also worth noting, Hub, he's going on hit. He's a very brave man, braver than me. He doesn't have the keystone, but he's going to need to be fleet of foot this game.
That is scary, man.
Oh, boo.
Danger zone.
Yes.
You know, you have to
Someone say the danger zone?
You're not just relying on that Q anymore, so that can be a rough choice made out by Hubs. Jungler starting, they're going to be on the same side of the map. Red buff start for Wilson.
Okay. So they're all going top to bot.
Going for full clears as well, so should be meeting towards the bot lane at the end.
Yeah, and the interesting thing for both of these teams, both junglers, a lot of early game gank potential, and I'm expecting that to take place.
Oh.
Nice for Pulse to actually get out the flash for mobility real early into this one. Again, the junglers are going to be ending on that bot side, so this makes Winthrop's bot lane.
Oh my god. He's got a recall.
So chunked for mobility and only 35. And though, yeah, we mentioned the danger of
That's rough.
Varus in this game, it's really strong in the lane.
Sorry, microphone.
Damage off, a lot of DPS to work with. That's why you're seeing mobility. He goes for the back and he's walking back to lane, but he will lose a bit for it.
The Thubs bot lane. That's what I want to call them now.
Yeah, what happened to what were you gonna say in beforehand?
Oh, I forgot to open Ad Manager, I think.
Oh, I just misheard you then. My bad.
Yeah.
Thubs is good. Thubs is good. Alright, okay. I respect
But that's a great start for them. I mean, again, this is an experienced bot lane that they're against in mobility and only 35. They recognize their strong points. That's very important right there, and they capitalize.
Yeah, and you can see I like that Hub and Tubbs take that angle to just go for a cheater as well. And Tubbs just gets
We're just gonna run the minute now, just to get it out of the way.
Does get the dagger, but I mean he's already working with lethal tempo. That extra little bit helps. Yep. And coming back to lane with that crab spawning means that I think Wilson is gonna have to think about going to the top side because he's just not in a position to go for this, but he's gonna anyway.
He was not spotted out by Bio, just around the bush right there. Does not go for the scuttle because the gank has been called by Bio. Nothing really found. Tubbs patrolling.
Tubbs gonna live through this? Oh, he's got flash. Yeah. Yeah, he's fine.
It's like a half summoner spell. He still has Hex Flash to work with, but honestly, I respect the angle there from Bio. He could have gone for that bot scuttle crab, but instead, oh,
beautiful by mobility. He will get the deadly flourish root, and
that's tough.
First blood with the follow-up of Winthrop.
I like that play there from Wilson. Not only the recognition.
That's very, very tough.
Walks through mid and he can put pressure on Tubbs, but mobility and only 35 saying, hey, if Tubbs is greedy, we have first blood on our hands here, and it goes to the Jhin. So whatever mobility.
Definitely who they wanted on too. So.
Almost dying, they got it right back and then some.
Good for them.
And again, this was off that flash being burnt from earlier.
Yeah, I mean, he had no way to do anything about it at this point.
Well, I'm alone again. Sorry, bud.
You can afford to spend a little bit of extra time to go around there, so it is an oopsie.
The take notes emote as well. Gotta love it from only 35. I keep almost calling him only 33. I don't know why.
Honestly, I thought you were gonna say something else. That's a respectable mistake to make. Are you 33? Is that why?
I'm 34. Thank you.
Ah, okay.
Make me publicly admit this on Esports Boomer Season 1.
He's 34. My God.
It's already been admitted. Remember, I told you you were twice the age of a sniper.
Oh my God.
I'm old enough to know that Double Lift started off as a Blitzcrank main. I remember his old videos from back then.
Wow.
Classic.
That is way before my time.
Classic. The Double Lift Blitzcrank videos. This guy knows ball.
Only gets his catalyst off of it, which will give him some good mana sustain at the very least to stay in this lane and teleport back in for the push.
Yeah, it is going to be the... I mean, they call it the tank Ahri, but it's more of the bruiser Ahri build. You're going to be building a lot of health items, essentially, so you are going to be a little tankier. And honestly, it works with a lot of the players on Pulse, because there is going to be a lot of HP stacking. You do usually go for the Leandri, so I think...
And take my watch off. When I'm sitting at my desk, I feel like I never need my watch, you know? I don't know if any other Apple Watch havers feel that way, too.
I am here. I just had a little problem with my feet. It's all good now. We got our fixed back up. Good to go. Don't mind me. We're just ironing out some of those wrinkles and going for the grubs right now. Neutral objectives being called by both teams. Polestar will have priority on to the Drake. Chooses to take that in response to Wilson taking the grubs.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think this one makes sense. Mobility had to go for the...
What are they going to do, you know?
So I like the call there from Winthrop to take the dragon, and of course Wilson's going to get all the grubs. I want to point out, I do like the Dirk coming through from mobility. Because there's so much magic damage on Winthrop's side, there's a good chance Pulse are going to be mostly building magic resist. So going for early lethality build actually will get him a lot of value.
Yeah, it really adds to that damage. I mean, fourth shot. See what Dirk can do right now. Go ahead. Pop it on hooks.
I think he's scared.
Yeah, already eating that. The Bio's around the corner coming in.
Oh my God.
Mobility gets pulled away. And now
Who did Supernova beat yesterday? AMI. Apex Mission Impossible.
Finishes off the last kill, and the bot lane of Winthrop falls. Polestar get two.
Really nice play coming through from the jungler of Polestar. All Wilson's going to be able to trade is the Grump on the top side, but that's 2 kills going over, 1 into Hub's pocket. So the catch-up that mobility went for is essentially nullified right then and there.
Yeah. And that's gotta hurt. I mean, you had some idea that Polestar wore towards that side of the map because they just finished up the Drake, but incorrectly guessing the recall, Bio just ganks.
The tough thing, too, is that, I mean, mobility, he didn't get hit by the dredge line, so I really thought he was going to be okay, but he ended up overstaying, not noticing the Skarner was in the area because of that.
His flash just ticked off cooldown. They got it right at the end.
I mean,
how about that?
Unless you mean it as of the right beginning. Then yeah. Well then, feels bad. Good job for Pulse tracking that flash timer, recognizing they had an angle right before it ends up coming back.
Well, they might not have been tracking it truthfully, but I hope they were. That would be nice for them.
A lot of awareness of these summoner spells that are going to be burnt down. I mean, it's really big, especially on immobile ADCs like the Varus, like the Jhin. And Bio recognizes that. It's going to give Polestar a kill lead in this game.
Yeah, we'll say though, now
Damn.
in a pretty good opportunity to start making plays of their own. I mean, Sword and Wilson have both gotten well past level 6. This Viari combo is essentially ready to go, even if it is the Roa build there. Sword still has damage to play for. He still has the charm to pair with Wilson's ultimate. So my eyes are going to be on them, especially because Sword, and he's still in a matchup where he has a good amount of pushing power. With Wilson heading bot lane, maybe he pushes this wave and looks for a roam.
Sorry, Chad, I've been rearranging my desk for weeks. Tubbs dies. That was a good response. It would have been hysterical if he did take that Q, though. I would have liked him to. He's not listening to the voices and using his flash for an already secured kill. I did that last night on Jhin, I'm not gonna lie.
But again, that Viari combo is still something to look out for from these two.
You can see right here, Bio. How many times can I repeat this? How many times can it work? This was the time where it was a blunder because Wilson, right place, right time.
Yeah, and the part of the problem is that Tubbs ends up getting split off. I mean, this is Aftershock is gone there for Nautilus. Nautilus already is just not very tanky as far as engaged supports go, so there's a pretty easy...
Yeah, that's true. He's not that tanky.
10 minutes into this, Winthrop able to get a 1K lead, just barely. Doesn't really mean too much in this early game. Let's see where that gold is allocated at the end of the day. For the most part, it is kind of just back and forth. Junglers have the kill, ADC has the kill. And for more map play now, as you said, Winthrop are the ones who kind of have that onus of pressure to start making these plays happen.
Yeah, and I think when we talk about onus, something they've already started...
Oh, it's the Roa Ahri.
Grubs, which is really important. They got all
I love seeing the Roa Ahri. I think that's a fun build.
that opportunity to get all 6 grubs and have a chance to start knocking down some of these structures. They already have a bit of a brush setup here.
Yeah, Winthrop looking for the setup. Wilson mobility only 35. You have Sword on the opposite end looking for the flank pincher. Will not be able to pinch in and find Tubbs just yet. Still the grubs are up and available as they do get...
They're calling it. They're going.
Ready to take him to school. Will find a kill now, following through onto only 35, who's fed to the
nice.
A double kill for Hub.
A really great recognition coming through there from Pulse. The setup, the lane assignments from Winthrop were really difficult. I mean, you want Sword to be there with Wilson, but Sword's the one with the
I think they lost a plate mid. I don't know, truthfully, if they were at 5 before that play or not.
Adam had an easy time showing up for the engage, so you get 3 grubs for yourself as Pulse, you deny the grub again from Winthrop, and you collect more kills onto Hub, who's currently sitting at 3-0.
That was a good play. Yeah, it definitely was.
It's a great response out of Polestar over the fact that if Winthrop keep up this momentum and they have 6 grubs, it's going to be hard to stop them. So
we've seen some positives out of Pulse, but not anything like consistently good. So that was pretty solid.
So I think that's just an overstep coming through from Winthrop University. But again, props to Pulse from recognizing that, hey, this is really illegal. Let's kill them. Now they have they've managed to close that gold lead just a little bit.
This is really illegal. Let's kill them.
Towards this next dragon as well. So they're already halfway to that Drake soul.
This is good map play coming out of Polestar. I really do like the responses that they're having to some of the blunders that they had earlier on. They didn't really get caught up in the contest of the first grub spawn. They just went for the Drake. They know they're in a better position for the second, so they can test then. So playing with these neutrals, playing around a lot of these timers very well. It's a good look for Pulse.
Yeah, 100%.
It is a good look for Pulse. They are looking good.
More powerful Drake Souls that we're used to. I think Chemtech Soul actually is kind of nice for them if they manage to secure it. They won't get much.
Chemtech Soul, that's definitely not awful.
When you're below 50% health, it's going to be really good for champions like Silas, even like the Aurora, who are going to be really getting in there in these team fights and want to live as long as they can.
Dive deep into those fights. Need as many tools
Deep into those fights.
Now Sword, a lot of positioning coming out of Winthrop. They are looking towards this blue side quadrant of Polestar. Potentially looking to catch someone out, maybe a pick. Wilson, Sword, only 35 are all in the area, and those are the tools that are required for Winthrop to grab those picks in a quick and in a hurry. Testing the blue buff over the wall. Here comes Dr. Calculus. It's going to be a 3-on-3 as the charm comes in. Wilson is...
Oh my god.
Wow, really nice response there from Dr. Calculus. Just all of Polestar. I mean, you know they're fishing for the blue buff, and it's kind of no big deal with that numbers advantage to be able to take them out. Again, Vi Ari, strong combo, but I'm starting to notice a pattern with Aris in this league who are going for this build. They're playing it like the old Ari, where you're just building pure damage and you have so much power to work with. But it's about attrition when you're going for this build. Use your health, use your ability to interact with tanks, but instead, look what ends up happening. There's nothing.
Christ.
Wilson gets taken out so easily.
Is he building damage? Or is he building like Juggernaut?
Polestar. It was a 1K lead earlier at the 10-minute mark. Now Polestar are starting to get in the lead themselves.
Yeah, they certainly are. It isn't by much, but the gold is pretty much where you'd want it to be, Jesserex. A lot of it is on Hub, and so far, he hasn't died yet in a lot of these skirmishes and fights, though they haven't exactly been clean 5v5. So as long as Pulse, they're going to continue being able to make space for him, allow him to free hit, as this is the on-hit build. I think Pulse are going to be a really good position in a lot of these team fights. His concern really...
They were staying on this gold amount for a while.
From across the screen, but his team can help him avoid those. He's fine.
I mean, we were getting closer and closer to that threat.
Can we get off the gold? Excellent. All right, so it's Trinity Force.
They just run around and they find picks on the map. That's supposed to be the game plan here. You can't really do that when you're the one...
Trinity Force isn't awful.
To know where Winthrop are trying to strike. It's making it quite the deal that Winthrop have to get by, and it's a good look for Polestar right now as we get closer and closer towards that 16-minute mark.
Yeah, Rift Herald is what everybody...
Yeah, it is looking real solid for Pulse here.
A forward look coming here from Winthrop University, just slightly, but they are spotted out. Now they have to be aware that a lot of members of Pulse are waiting in the wings, much like in that last play, but I think Herald is something Winthrop really would like to get for themselves. Being able to knock down a turret, even though plates have fallen. To be able to get...
All right, so Herald's up. Pulse should be able to win the fight for it.
Pressure's on the mid lane right now. Trying to fight for that control of the wave so you can rotate that over to where the Rift Herald is. This might be tight right now. Hubs has been eaten good in this game thus far, so can bring a lot of damage. It's up to Winthrop to collapse onto them if they choose to take a fight.
That's going to be the question. I mean, looking at items right now, we're mostly even across the board.
Mostly.
So there could be an angle, and Pulse, they look like they want something. I don't think they're letting this go.
They really shouldn't let it go, so... They're in a good spot, so I really hope they don't just let it go. No charm. Herald reset. Denethor's... Oh, he's leaving. Silas has Ariel as well. Oh, they're going. They're pulling the trigger. Oh, they one-shot mobility. Yeah, Pulse wins this fight. Oh.
for 3 in favor of Polestar.
Yeah, Pulse managed to come out on top.
Man, Pulse.
He got a lot more damage off than I was expecting, considering how that one started. But Pulse come out on top, not just in kills. They secured a Herald. They're getting their.
Hell yeah, Pulse. Look at him go.
Still on the gray screen, and Pulse. I like what we've been seeing so far from them this series. They're looking like they're well on their way to secure a Game 1 win.
Very much so.
They do. Their mid games have kind of been their point of collapse. So we'll see if they keep it going, but
Hub's got the same treatment. At the end of the day, Polestar, they do squeeze out ahead, and as you said earlier, Dragon Soul points now acquired by Pulse.
It just really feels like Pulse has
Soul point at 18 minutes.
even when Hub is out of the picture, you still have this
That's pretty wild.
Aurora, who does a lot of burst damage, and we'll see how this fight started. Again, props to Denethor.
Yeah, they could not have killed Hub better.
Out, but mobility got taken out of the picture immediately, and the response was just.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, it is.
They got some in the back half. I mean, watch Dr. Calculus. Even watch Adam. He's getting a lot of work done in this fight.
Adam was getting a lot done in the fight. Dying wasn't the best.
Unlucky for Winthrop, to say the least. That's putting it in a nice way. It was a fight that they shouldn't really be taking when you don't have mobility. Who is being your primary.
They're calling a play right now.
You had mentioned earlier, Beatdown. Sword is not going to be online with damage yet.
Yeah, I mean, once you get the Leandres, which he's really close to grabbing, it will be really nice. But now they have to defend this turret as long as
The mid siege.
for this world.
The engage on Leona, right? But
He's not going to make it. Curtain call will do nothing.
who is this team?
They're going to walk away with another kill.
I mean, I do like that it's tough that they got the kill, but I like that Winthrop was trying to make.
They look a lot better this week.
You got a TP out, little bro. I don't know where you're walking to.
No, there's no way of getting away from this. It's a Nautilus, man. It's one of the stickiest supports you can get caught by. But hey, the rune didn't land.
Yeah, the tower's still up, so
Denethor, I just want to apologize. I was not familiar with your game and your ability to dodge the Silas E. My bad, bro. This is still tough though, because you know you're gonna lose this turret eventually. You don't want to slip up and give a kill. So only 35 does slip up a little bit there.
yeah, that's tough.
On the bottom side, walking away from the Nautilus ult, that is still something for Winthrop.
You know, I really do wonder how this game is weighing on Winthrop overall. More specifically, mobility. I had a talk with Only 35, and he did say that mobility does about 75% to 80% of the shot calls, which is rather rare for an ADC. And when you're having a rough game like this, I really do wonder where that puts him, what space he's in currently.
Yeah, it is definitely. It's not easy, but we'll see. Oh.
Okay, here we go. Season 6 going to land right on the ADC. Hunt has fallen, but it gets repeated back to Wilson. Only 35 pulled back towards the tower.
Wow.
Teleport coming in. Here comes Denethor, but he can do nothing but watch his support die once again as the equalizer goes down.
Yeah, only 35s just keeps ending up. Oh my god.
Across because they got a different route. Express to Sword's face. Flamethrower finds one. Denethor survives with a slither thanks to the scrap shield, and it's going to be 2 for 3 once again in favor of Polestar.
And Polestar, they just keep coming out on top in these fights. Again, the damage is there, and champions like the Silas, and they keep healing themselves back up. You got to give credit to Winthrop. They have that good target selection. Watch how this fight starts, and look at that right on.
Yeah, Pulse is. Hub is losing his life immediately in every fight. And then Adam and Dr. Calculus just carry the fights. Like, maybe you stop targeting the Varus?
Adam's been doing a lot of work, and Dr. Calculus, in just kind of like pulling apart Winthrop at the seams. We saw it earlier during the blue buff. It was just Dr. Calculus jumping right over that wall and getting to business. And then this one, Adam's just in your face, and no one can do a damn thing about it. It is a struggle for Winthrop to deal with these mages.
Yeah, now we're at a point where we're seeing a lot of second.
We're doing Otacon.
Both sides. Winthrop going for a risky pull on the Otacon. I think Pulse have sniffed it out. Maybe they haven't.
I don't think they know. They don't have a blue trinket.
You know what? Respect.
Oh, they do.
They know now.
Oh, maybe they just had no idea. I see. No way.
Here he goes. He
Oh,
gets the steal. Now
huge.
does leave him with the members of Winthrop. Which
Are you kidding me?
My God, but
They're burning though.
And will pull them in kicking and screaming to their demise. Sword in the middle of it all wants to find something in the name of the university. Will be able to pop the Guardian Angel. Now Mobility's by himself.
Mobility.
Wait.
And the worth was found as Mobility is popping heads.
Oh my god.
Okay, Mobility kind of saves that one a little bit because that was looking really brutal.
That was crazy.
Side of Winthrop University. I gotta say, it was a nicely executed fight. You do remove a lot of the GAs here. Even though Bio missed, I thought he was done. But it was a really nice ultimate where he pulls people just into Dr. Couch.
Yeah, that ult was crazy.
Again, that's that experience these two have playing with each other for the last little while.
Yeah, and that was kind of the worry right here. You really needed Mobility to get kills. Otherwise, you just got the GA for absolutely nothing, you know? Yeah. And it was pretty clutch. 2 kills back to back, showing that he can operate in some of these tight situations. Will be able to get something back in the name of Winthrop.
Yeah, I mean, I will say
Yeah, that was nice for them.
why I like that collector star for Mobility. We're only just now seeing some armor come through for Bio, and Tubbs has a little bit as well because of the locket. So you can see how much work Mobility is able to do if he's actually given the space to auto attack. That's kind of the problem he's running into, Disrex. You know, Silas, Nautilus, Skarner, they're making it really hard for him. But we saw a glimpse of what he
Oh.
All right, here we go. Wilson under attack. Will use the cease and desist to find Hubs. Hubs is stuck in that equalizer.
Jesus.
Down. It's a trade jungler for Marksman.
Yeah, that's an ADC moment if I've ever seen one. The timing, if this happened less than a minute later, Pulse would be going for that Baron rip immediately. So it is a safe. Oh, hold on.
All right, here we go. Engage on Adam. Mobility's trying to escape.
Oh, yeah.
There's the Zenith Blade. This could be another one of those GAs taken away. Only 35. Has a lot of issues right now because he does not have one. As you said, he will fall. Polestar get the kill.
Now it's I mean, again, saved.
Yeah, Post got real sloppy with their lead, but they are still doing pretty good.
Also really close to that Baron spawning. It's going to be tough for them to go for it. They're just going to have to settle for getting some really good deep vision. So I'm expecting an angle where maybe we do see them go for it. I mean, look at the tech flash. Okay, never mind.
We'll get away from the root. Tubbs, Bio, Adam, all in the area. Not much vision really for Winthrop, so they don't really know what they're walking into.
Oh my god.
Gonna find the impale once again. Wilson tries to get over the wall. Stealing away the Ari ultimate will be Adam looking for the chase, but here's the
Okay, Hub's actually alive for the fight too, which is
it goes on to Bio, but he is
new.
He's not falling anytime soon. Polestar, they'll get a pick and they'll be right back at that Baron.
Yeah, no Denethor means maybe they could actually go for this one again.
I think they can.
They're gonna take this one down really quickly, but Wilson, Sword, they still have ultimates to work with. Oh, hey.
Oh my god.
It's a horror movie, man. Just Bio keeps busting through walls and terrifying your support. Only 35. That's his 6th death of the game.
That's tough.
Picking him off time and time again.
Yeah, and so far the push plays Pulse have been going for in this game 1 have been really impressive. The way they're able to always pick people off, isolate them, and take them down is a nice thing to see. Now, though, Sword and Wilson, there's some low health bars here. They might have to try something.
Sword using Spirit Rush to get over to the wall. He needs to see the health bar because there's control ward right there. But
Oh god.
Dr. Calculus, integrate this whooping boy now coming right over.
Good lord.
Two picked off. Pulse keep bringing it to Winthrop.
And Winthrop, unfortunately,
Well, back to the Baron for the 3rd time.
Are going to be able to get the Baron as well. Mobility and Denethor. I mean, I don't think they have a way to actually stop this.
No way. Well, the health bars are getting a little bit low. I mean, it might be a little bit of cope, but with some lockdown and a well-placed equalizer, there are some...
That's a good equalizer.
That's not going to be the equalizer that does it, though. 14
Ooh.
1400 remains, and it does take it gets secured by Polestar. This will grab the kill.
Oh god.
Wall's going to be Bio. Will look for the lockdown of Mobility. Needs to use the blast plant and finds his escape.
But Polestar still find the Baron.
Yeah, they got the Baron.
And now they get all that big gold injection that comes with it. And they solidify this gold lead at a nice 4,000. Even though they weren't able to get that Dragon Soul a few minutes ago, now with this Baron buff, now with this extra gold they picked up, this Drake's in a minute, and I think it's got Polestar's name all over it.
Oh yeah, he angled it a little bad. I didn't realize it was angled that way.
Finds an excellent angle on mobility, and that stops a lot of the damage that Winthrop were looking to bring into that fight.
And there wasn't a whole lot of damage to speak of, considering the state of the game we're in as well. So that's just insult to injury. I think Polestar done a really good job this game of securing their objectives, setting up vision beforehand, and of course recognizing that they have a comp that is great at setting up traps.
And this has got to feel great for this squad. I mean, this is a squad that was eliminated during the qualifiers. They got picked up last second by this organization who was looking to fill out.
They did get picked up last second.
And now you're taking it to Winthrop University, who have experienced players. This is what you like to see from some of these new players, from some
100%.
of these new squads, from some of these new teams.
Yeah, I mean, that improvement mindset is something the coach Bobby is just so focused on there, Eric. Just the idea that they were happy with how the first two matches went. Blue Water and Dark Zero saying they exposed the mistakes of Polestar and said they knew exactly what they needed to work on. So focusing on the end of the split, recognizing that this is a journey more than just one match, I think is so great.
Now here we go. Dragon Soul on the table. Winthrop University are nowhere to be seen. They'll just
golly.
That for free.
And there it is. Took us almost 30 minutes, but the objective bounties are up on the board. Riot Games is taking pity on Winthrop University.
No, not a sentence you hear often.
To really knock down any turrets. Sure, the mid-tier 1 would be pretty easy, but I'd be really scared if I was Winthrop to go any deeper on that side than that.
And then even in team fights, you want an influx of gold on mobility, but who's the guy who has the bounty? It's Bio. That's the one you're not bringing through. There's a lot of armor on that man already.
Yeah, it's
I like the dead man's play
tough. I mean,
make sure he can keep up
Hunt him down.
mobility. Yeah, like they're not getting away.
they got to stick together, and they got to try to make some catches or something.
Pushing this top wave, and they're pushing deep because they know how strong they are.
Oh.
Sword, this is not your side of the map.
Oh.
Tail lands right flush on the money. Rooted down for ages, and Tubbs will get the kill.
Wow,
Good lord.
From Bio to be able to instantly flash and hit that E.
That's tough.
No chance for Sword to flash or ult.
That's got to feel pretty bad.
Now, and they're gonna get another turret. They're gonna start knocking on the base of Winthrop University.
Dude, these picks have been insane from Polestar so far. This is what's been really leading them. It's not even just the outright 5v5 team fights, it's the angles at which they take them. Now, in the driver's seat as they take an inhibitor.
Now, I think, if I remember right, we have seen Pulse take an inhib in a lane and then still lose. So, not saying that's going to happen, but I think if you're rooting for Pulse, maybe be a little wary.
What's more terrifying than the Skarner breaking through the wall and grabbing your entire squad? Well,
Skarner flashing on you.
Out. Yeah.
Flashing on you, pushing you into the wall. There's really not much else to say about this clip, Sword. Flash that.
Sparron's up in 4 minutes. I don't know what's up because the artifact in the top right, or the resource didn't load right, so... Yeah, Winthrop just needs to try to get money onto people.
There's not too many ways for them to find their way back. Really, their team was, their composition was supposed to be strongest around mid.
Okay.
When they can start running these lanes, but they just never got
Elder? Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
setting those traps that you had mentioned. And with a couple minutes left on that Elder Drake, Polestar will be keeping control of this quadrant of the jungle.
And I gotta say, I really like how Polestar have played this mid to late game so far. You talk about
Pulse's whole top side of the map have bounties now.
had a really good opening to game 1 against who, you know, a lot of people are saying they're the best team in the league. So to be able to kind of clean that up since last week a little bit, I think it's a really nice thing to see. And again, speaks to that mindset of improvement more than focusing on the difficult circumstances.
I like seeing Skarner's tail attached to something in the sky and him just disappearing up to it.
Well, as an individual, I mean, that's the way that's gonna get you above and beyond synergizing with your team and looking to actually try and find a way to climb these ladders. Because lots of people, they come into NACL and they have that mechanical prowess. You've got to bring it together as a team, though. And now only 35, locked down by another route that came out from Tubbs. Still, the fight continues.
Ah, they're just taking him. No, Ari.
There's some bad guys approaching you right now, and they want to light you up as the rest of Winthrop get their
That should be the game.
And the show is over. Just like that, there are still supers in the top side of the map, so Pulse have everything they need.
Yeah, they're just going to their super wave and I'm just gonna shove in.
What an excellent showing coming out from Pulse as they march to the base. Dragon Soul acquired. Timers unfortunately freezed up now.
Oh my god.
Dead. The last stand for Winthrop will amount to absolute.
Jesus.
Pulse Star will take it.
I can't believe Pulse won that game. That's crazy.
Really nicely done from the Pulse Star roster, getting a big win here over Winthrop University. Now,
They should not have won that game.
one more to get themselves their first series win here in the NACL.
Yeah, I really like the adaptations we saw. This
I'm gonna grab food real fast, chat. I'll be back in a second.
that was able to work on, as you said, the mid to late game. Early game openings, that's great. That's great. That doesn't get you to the end, though. We need to work on that late game macro, and that is something they improved on this week, Pete.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it is important to talk about the strength of opponent and things like that, because it was Dark Zero, a really strong team in the league, but still to be able to make that happen here today, it still says wonders about their ability to improve. And I mean, Pulse fans, you got to be really happy about that one.
It was quite, really kind of a interesting affair all over the map with the way it went through. I was going to say it was a top-sided affair, but even Hubs and Tubbs in the bottom lane, recognizing that they had a way to get one up on Mobility's Jhin, they utilized that. I like the mages. They were playing the sides very well, the sides of these fights very well. And of course, Bio just busting out from every wall was terrifying.
Yeah, it was, he was really good, Eric.
Yeah. So off of that note, congratulations, Polestar. They'll get their first game win. Can they get their first series win, though? That we're going to have to find out right after this break. We'll be right back.
Hey, Chad, I'm back. I like that for pretty much everybody. It has just their, like, IGN. Oh, maybe they added their actual names now. I just... Why do I recognize Sword? He was pretty decent in NA for a while, I'm pretty sure. Might be somebody in out east that plays it under that IGN too. I don't remember though. NearAirport seems like an up-and-coming team. Yeah, that's the next game. So that's going to be exciting. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, NearAirport's going to be fun to watch. So fun fact about Winthrop. You'll hear me joke about the Winthrop University LLC. Because as I'm sure you guys have realized, collegiate teams can't enter NACL on their own. They need a business sponsoring them. And Winthrop made the decision that they were just going to start an LLC, and that would be the business. What the fuck?
McDonald's meets the Minecraft universe with a Minecraft movie meal.
Well, you're in the big leagues now.
God, that's going to print fucking money.
With your 10% loyalty program discount, that's $225 for the night.
Not bad.
$155 for the night.
Hold up. How?
It's easy when you know where to look.
Trivago compares hotel prices from hundreds of sites, so you can save up to 40%.
Trivago's my secret tactic.
Hotel? Trivago.
On April 25th, the accountant is back. But this time, he brought his brother.
That's him.
It's been a minute.
You like puzzles?
Let me do the talking.
Khaki Pants here wants to scrap.
My brother wasn't having a good time tonight, but now he will.
Is there anything better than punching somebody in the face who's got a comment?
The Accountant 2, rated R, April 25th.
I mean, everything okay?
John Bernthal plays a really great meathead.
We're sleepover experts. Pizza?
Coco.
Coco's good. Skincare? We gotta get going on.
Ice cream, please.
We're back and we're
I also saw the HyperX logo on that.
All right, Eric. I mean, it was a good start for them in the early lane phase, and as the game went longer and longer, I mean, they managed to just keep that momentum up. You got to give that credit to Bio for a lot of.
I'm proud of Pulse.
On the bot side, as we're seeing in a lot of these clips, allowing Hub and Tub to be able to get that significant lead they had, and pretty much kept it for most of the game.
And don't give any discredit to Hub and Tub. They did punish very early on with the lethal tempo, making sure that they got into the face of mobility. It felt like everyone on Polestar did that.
I think the overlay died.
I think so. In Dr. Calculus, Adam, everybody was doing damage. Everyone was fulfilling their role. Again, I think the big credit I want to give them is just improving that mid to late game. Good fit from what we saw from them last week in their first matches. So to be able to work on that, again, that recognition from their coach, Bobby, to say, hey, look, last week it was tough. We learned a lot of our mistakes, and now we're working on them. Again, you just love to see it in this league.
Last week's scrims.
Yeah, true. Exactly. It's just warm up. Doesn't count.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. We just throw it out the window, put it in the back of our minds, and look forward. And very forward-thinking has been Polestar for this matchup. Again, I do give credit to the whole squad, but I think the player who...
Sorry, guys, I'm texting my fiance.
I think you could agree with this beatdown was Bio. His presence on this Skarner was so hard for Winthrop to respond to, and they kept falling into those traps.
Yeah, I want to say, I probably will give it to Bio, but I want to give that shout out to Tub, just because I actually think, even though he had a couple...
No, I'll do what I want.
I think since then,
I need attention.
He managed to land a lot of clutch...
You're in a Discord call with Mouth.
Follow up on. But otherwise, yeah, I would agree. I think Bio had a really...
I can see you in there.
I mean, 7-0 and 14, bro did not die, could not die.
I mean, these two were just the death squad together. You had... It's kind of funny the way they positioned some of their fights. You would have Bio on the other side of a wall and Polestar standing completely opposite to that, waiting for the open hook. And then, like, what are you going to fall victim to? Are you going to fall victim to that hook, or is Bio going to burst the wall and slam you against it? You have so many threats you have to think about, dude.
Yeah, does that catch 22?
We're gonna slam the ad now, just to not have to worry about it.
But they need to close out the series. They managed to close out game one. Props to them. But now we're going to see if they can finish things off going into the second game. It was nice to see Dr. Calculus whip out the Aurora. Usually the Rumble is a favorite champion of his, so I like that moment of, pick that in my face, blind? How dare you?
Yeah, he was quite vicious on that Aurora. I mean, both of these solo main lages did a lot of work when the fights did start to unfold, so credit to both of them nonetheless, and a great start for this squad of Polestar in week number 2. The thing is, we have to keep in mind, they used a pick comp, and they used it very, very well. This is Fearless. You're not going to have the same champions for the next game.
I actually think this is the longest in time in a broadcast we've gone without mentioning Fearless. Because you're right, Eric. None of these champs are going to be available in this next game in the series. So we're going to see what else these teams are going to be pulling out. I mean, again, there's still a lot of S-tier picks available. And Nefiri, Gwen, still in that first rotation of bans. I think that's what everybody are kind of keeping an eye on.
And we're back.
Watching out for those, as well as some of the stronger picks that we have. I mean, it already showed that Polestar did their homework. They banned away some of the mages that Sword likes to play. So that's always going to bode extremely well for them if they can keep up bans like that. They also targeted Denethor through a lot of that, so they do know where the power points of Winthrop are.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just good research coming through there from the side of Polestar. So going into this game 2, I mean, the other question is how are Winthrop going to kind of bring it back? Because I think we've seen good plays from them so far since they've debuted this split. And I think we could see this, I could see this game, or this match rather, potentially going to that game 3. Again, it is pretty important for both of these teams, just given the perceived power going.
Yeah, the 3-game series have been super rare, though. I think we've only gotten 2.
On the lower end of the standing. So every win you can get against teams at your level, below your level, is super important for trying to maintain your spot in this league.
All right, Winthrop took blue.
Here we go into the draft of game number 2, Winthrop University versus Polestar. Now it's going to be Winthrop on the blue side to take their first pick. And I do wonder where they want to leverage that to. We've seen in the past that they've leveraged Denethor many, many times off the priority. You're not going to have the Fearless Rumble this time, so that's no longer available for that B1.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a couple of angles. I mean, Ambessa's still high priority. I already mentioned the Fury and Gwen. So we'll see what Polestar allow to go through and what Winthrop are actually looking to prioritize here. So early Braum ban.
The Braum ban is weird.
Kind of tells me they want something really specific, or they just Tubbs Braum is something to be feared.
Now, one of the reasons I wanted to bring up the pivoting around Denethor is because last year we saw that a lot with the St. Louis Denethor squad. Is Denethor was the one who would blind into his matchups most of the time.
That's true.
For that team. So I'm curious if that's still going to be the same dynamic going into this, or now that we have the true Winthrop team, we can start to see more dynamics.
Yeah, and real quick too, Winthrop, yeah, I like that they don't ban the Nefiri because Polestar already kind of show their hand by banning the Gwen. So now there's that kind of decision. You going to ban Nefiri, or are you going to let it through in favor of something else? And I think the answer is no. I think that's the right answer. Yeah. So good stuff. I mean, Pulse learned from last week. Trading
the Jace pick.
Gwen and Nefiri, not great. So now they ban both.
I've been liking the Jaces we've been seeing lately. I want to throw over to LCK real quick. I remember Doran playing Jace, and it's like, what is he going to do? Oh, he's just going to play the int Jace, where you build tanky and get in their face, and they're still going to try and kill you, but they're not going to be able to do it.
I mean, at least this time, I'm pretty sure that build doesn't really exist.
Corky Rel.
Yeah, you still go Grasp pretty often, but otherwise, I think just Jace builds like he usually does. The other thing worth noting, we're seeing that early Corky come through. We kind of talked about during the previous game draft that is something that Hub has played every time this team has picked the champion, and we're kind of expecting that to stay that way.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of curious about the Corky ban last time, because it did seem like Hub was quite suited for that Varus, but now we're going to see that Corky coming through, locked in.
Okay, so we've seen Maokai flex to support in the last 24 hours, so it's a possibility.
Yeah, and on the other side too, I mean, we see the Maokai, definitely a flex pick with this team. It could be Wilson, it could be only 35. Could pair nicely with that Misfortune as well. So there is a lot of range that they're playing with, especially with that bullet time. And it's something that is just generally strong in lane.
This didn't make sense. I thought they were considering the Zyra for a second.
Because now you have a Maokai and a Misfortune. It means you pretty much have the entire river as threatened if Polestar decide to walk into 5v5s.
Yeah, and we see that Zin. I like this because you definitely need some early power when you're already showing something like the Corki, and you already know it's going to have a difficult lane matchup if it goes bot lane into that misfortune. So now
The LeBlanc ban makes sense.
Bio is going to be able to move around the map, skirmish, try and get this early advantages going for his team.
A little bit unrelated, but LeBlanc ban again. Man, that picture is just so gangster, dude. It's just.
Dude, it looks good.
So,
It's a great visual of that.
It goes hard, dude. It goes hard.
True. Put it on a rap album.
Definitely. Gotta have that happen, you know? There are gamers out there. Next band coming in. It's gonna be that, Alistair. Hey, gamers in the rap space. That's what I'm saying. Alistair, gonna be banned away. Taken away from only 35. I can exactly see why, because you already have so much control drafted by Winthrop, but just having that Maokai, you pair him with another tank is going to be bouncing them all around. Short-range Corki, that could spell disaster. So, good ban to come out. Now, top lane focus for Winthrop.
Renekton.
And Renekton taking off the rift.
Yeah, and I like that top focus there. We're probably gonna see that top lane pick come on 4, so you just want to limit the options with the Jace that's already showing. Keep in mind it could be flex to mid, but we've been seeing a lot of Jace.
It could be Jace mid, but
the thing I'm most interested in is what's Winthrop gonna.
I would be surprised.
The bans we've seen so far, Braum being out of the picture, Alistar being out of the picture, does make me think that it is.
Okay, they're leaving counterpick for Dr. Calculus, so that makes sense.
Angle to go for another jungler.
Right, Azir getting locked in. How do I feel about that? In terms of how we're looking to play this out in the mid lane, it could be interesting depending on what gets locked in next for Winthrop University. The hover is already towards that victor.
Yeah, I mean, I think that one would end up being pretty fine. You don't really have to interact with Azir too much. And you have a pretty safe angle to farm things up. Oh yeah, I did forget about Rakan, so that actually would be a good look for the side of Winthrop University. So there you go.
Not a bad look.
No, not locked in yet. We're just hovering it.
But it could be. Potentially. Potentially.
Already hovering away. And it's going to be Sejuani instead.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Sejuani jungle.
Or Sejuani support.
Tied down into the support role. And yeah, Sejuani jungle. Now we have two very strong engagers that Polestar have to respond to. They will respond with engager of their own.
No, it's Maokai support.
Yeah, so it's just going to be, I mean, I already am imagining Dr. Calculus is just going to be kind of left alone for the most part on the top side. And I'm wondering, that is what it is. I'm wondering if we will see the level 1 Scion play. We've already kind of seen that come up in this league. I believe it was actually Winthrop who went for it in their previous match. For that old Scion level 1 cheese, you know the one. We dive bot lane, TP top lane.
I thought you were talking the one where you sack yourself to the jungle camp and steal away.
Oh no, that one was
Could be lower.
so funny,
I mean, it was like up here, and now it's, you know, where it is. You hoping for it to be like under the desk? Like, what are you looking for? Lower.
Yeah, and I think something we didn't really get to talk about yet is kind of what are we expecting from both of these.
My words were a question. Foot cam, please.
Late game potential. I think there is a lot working for Polestar just in terms of when we talk about like damage. You have Azir, a lot of DPS, Corki, a lot of DPS as well. So I think Polestar, they're looking for these front-to-back compositions. They do have a comp where, again, they can try to set up traps like they did previously.
I will not be doing the foot cam.
Oh? What is happening?
I don't know. We're just kind of doodling around right now. Wilson, what are you doing there, buddy?
As your manager, I'm telling you that's a good move. You know what? That's fair.
I mean, I think that was actually just a really good lane set.
I can set up your feet finder profile if you want.
An invade like that could take place, and being able to force Wilson's flash out of it. I mean, it's a good
Manager, am I gonna have to set up a feet finder?
Start for the Sejuani as well. Bio, he's already getting on top of his camps, and Wilson, he's still walking, bro. So a great opening from Pulse in this game too.
And you have to appreciate that ward being there. It does mean Wilson might have to take a little bit of a different route just to let that ward expire.
You could have just done the hot tub stream. I set a goal. We didn't hit it.
I don't think he even knows, to be
Now
honest.
you're stuck with foot people.
Usually we see the pings, right?
We didn't hit the goal for the hot tub stream.
He still is taking the route that he should. So, still not going to give that info.
We didn't hit the goal, so we didn't do it.
We saw pings. It looks like Pulse is expecting him to be on the top side of the map. But yeah, once they pass by the Raptors camp, it is going to give
Costream is what gets them in. Gets them in the door.
It just ends up skipping it.
Not some bait for subs. Can it not be both?
There you go. They got him.
So yeah, they do know he's in that location. They are able to scout out.
Also, Dave is in on the Finder profile. All right, that's good. That's good. I appreciate all the support, guys.
Yeah,
Try it and find out.
Wilson
Am I gonna fill a kiddie pool in the kitchen? Like, what's the plan there? You know?
went for that Raptors start. Wilson was actually able to kind of catch up a little bit. They're both finished their red side quadrant at the same time. So Wilson
Sure.
missed a lot less than I expected. And back that was forced earlier.
Wave pushing heavily for Denethor onto that top side.
Lukewarm kiddie pool is not a hot tub. No, the water will be boiling. It will be hot.
We go more and more because we haven't really seen too many of those.
Part of the show is the severe burns I'll receive.
Kind of tricks he has up the sleeve. Sling gonna crash in. A little bit of trading for the bot lane.
Yeah, and his training's been going really well for Hub and Tubbs. I mean, mobility, you can see it. He's gotten both his summoners expended again in this early lane phase. Is under a lot of that pressure.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Pulse has actually been looking pretty good.
Deep vision coming through here.
Wildly different than I imagined. What the hot tub?
It's just the name, man. It has such a
And if you want to do a cooking stream for soup, just make soup. I have thought about doing a cooking stream.
Hub and Tubbs. Dude, it's goated. It's coordination.
very
That's
goated.
what we need from the eye. Misfortune Q, bro. I don't like that ability.
that hurt.
Yeah.
It's always an auto crit if it kills the minion, right?
Yep. Yep.
That's what? Hub, stop eating him, bro. Come on.
We need a chrono break in here, bro. This is ridiculous.
You know what, bro? Tubbs looking to play the defense because they realize the opening is there. Tubbs gets pushed back. Mobility.
what?
Oh my God!
It's a trade 1-for-1 support for ADC. And
Flash in, Hub. You know you want to.
Wow, again, a really nice lane.
But yeah, like I can see my stove from here, you know, so I figure would be pretty easy to set up stuff for this stream. We should group cast one of these days. Yeah, maybe.
it was like making a D&D campaign, and I had a set of twins that you interacted. It'd be like Hub and Tub. It just has that ring to it. As what a turnaround from this play. This was very close to going wrong for Pulse.
Dude, two nonsense misfortune cues made me think that this lane was almost over with. But that recognition, knowing that mobility is low enough that Hub can use
Wild that
to get that damage to
Hub
make that trade.
got a kill
He ends up forcing
on that.
from only 35 as well. And because of that, the wave ends up going in. Hub maintains a slight lead, and they get a nice back.
So you tell
Hey, look, Tubbs is ganking mid.
got a dub. Got it.
How long were you sitting on that one?
I just came to mind right now.
Ooh, he's quick with it.
It's good, dude. It's just good with the way they're playing so far. This is 2 early games back to back where they're getting.
I would have named done Hub and Bub as the bot laners. I think that would have been a fun one.
Making good use of their advantages. This prio they have in that mid lane from the Azir early on to just go ahead and start the streak. They're doing it early enough that there could be an angle for them to potentially go.
Good Drake call though.
Spot as well. They're going to be a little late for it, but it's possible.
Pulse really has looked great during this. Oh my god, I forgot to switch it. Fallen Nord 321. Thanks for the follow. And a very helpful reminder
Wow, the whole team's coming.
that I need to
Yeah, I mean,
go fix that again. But welcome to the family.
I think this is just the angle.
Happy to have you here.
To back off and leave mobility on the bot side. He should have an easy time getting that wave in. Maybe he's going to be.
You trying to score that Hubba Bubba sponsor? Look, man, if they'll throw money at me, I'll
Feel that bad.
do what they ask.
Contingent on whether or not they're able to stop Pulse from getting all 6 scrubs. If they do, then it sucks.
And it's a good call
Hubba Bubba wants to sponsor me. I will do
from the way Pulse
spots for Hubba Bubba. I don't even really like gum that much. I just get it for airplanes.
You have Hub and Tub now over in the top lane. They're not going to lose.
No, actually, I have gum preference when it comes to that, but
Yeah, no, true. Because
it's not Hubba Bubba.
ended up backing immediately once they knew they got pressure. So it actually ensures that mobility can't actually touch the turret, has to back and match the bot lane of Polestar to move topside. So Winthrop really forced to move.
And then forget about it. The gum, yeah, I always forget it.
Pulse have gotten everything for it.
And then I have to buy a new pack.
And a kill.
And then I end up with 4 packs of gum that I've eaten like 1 or 2 sticks out of. But it's always Trident Gum Tropical Twist. Okay, this one I actually ate a whole row of. I'm real proud of myself. Look at me go.
Level 6, he has it all. They know Bio is nearby, but will they actually go for it?
Oh man, this could be very, very dangerous right now. Winthrop have kind of fallen for this before, where they've set up.
Okay, now walk away. Now walk away.
Okay, eat the rest right now.
Yeah, because look at bot side. The only one blocking that turret is Tubbs. So Denethor, I mean, he has the demolish working for him. He has an angle.
I'm not gonna eat the rest right now, Connor.
I like this decision much more, and going for the red buff than going for a dive. That was honestly just never going to work. But
and this is so good.
This
Here comes
works.
the bullet time. Bio is getting rained pain down upon his head. Only 35 gets the kill.
Yeah, really nicely done. Also, Bio, a little bit of an illegal move. It happens. Winthrop, the position police, will punish him for it big time. And I like that he doesn't...
But yeah, I think, so my mother got me really into Trident Gum. It was the only gum she would let us chew when I was a kid. Because I think they really successfully lobbied, like, dental people that it was, like, fine for your teeth.
I really like that decision. So
It might actually be. I really have no idea, but...
wasn't great for them. There weren't many options for them to actually...
It was enough for my mother, so it's enough for me.
But this time around, it does look good. They got themselves a kill up. They're able to secure 2 turret plates for Denethor on this chase.
Yeah, Tropical Twist.
As well. So I think so far with this early game, you're feeling okay as Winthrop.
If I had a button to, like, zoom in, I'd zoom in on the hand and just do the...
9 minutes in, that's not nothing, man. That's
Like Vanna White it, you know?
getting a good influx of gold coming in.
Do the kids know who Vanna White is? Does that date me?
Around, doing some hitbox shenanigans over there in the bottom lane. Yeah, Winthrop will be in the driver's seat as we approach 10.
Yeah, and considering that grubs are spawning in just over a minute's time, I'm kind of excited.
Alright, so what's happening in this League of Legends game? I really haven't been paying attention. I saw the Corky kill. Everything else has been
You would hate for them to have
in one ear, out the other.
definitely going to have some kind of skirmish coming up soon. Big question for me, only 35.
Good dodge by Sword there.
More experience so he can get that level 6. He's the only one who doesn't have his ult. But as long as he gets that, it's going to be a good fight.
Tower under attack by Winthrop University. Potential rotation called. You saw Adam.
Be wild if Winthrop gets 2-0'd by Pulse.
To get control for this river, get the vision down there, and get control of the top lane and mid lane, because that is going to give you positioning for those grubs, which are going to be spawning. 30 seconds. Still keeping these lanes where they are. Lane swapped upside down. Here we go.
Waiting. It's only 35. Gets 6 off this wave. It's actually a really big
Tubbs
deal.
tanking the sapling. Hell yeah.
That far behind. No, he's still level 5. That's crazy. Surely this next wave. Wow. If he doesn't get it,
No, Maokai's still level 5.
Winthrop's ability to fight.
No, you need the Maokai ultimate. It takes up the entirety of the river. And it does act as a potential setup for this bullet time that mobility is looking to rain down. Void Grubs are up. He's still level 5, looking to clear a few more minions.
Nah, surely this wave. Surely this wave.
Oh, we got it.
There's the level 6. And there it goes. Ultimate comes out right away. They go for the engage, able to find it onto the Zen Shell.
Good catch.
Huge Zinol, though.
Comes out. Crescent Guard will block it. Sword
Nice Rel.
getting some tap damage in.
Good job, Rel.
The battle line's drawn. Denethor will step past it towards Tubbs. Goes the other way around for it to drop the hammer onto Adam. Adam gets
Feet of Warfare.
surprised. The kill goes to Sword. Pulse looking to continue the chase. Denethor on retreat, looking to kite this one out. Will not get the knockup. Dr. Calculus can't find it. And
Ooh.
Tubbs is fed to mobility. The chase continues. Laser lands.
Oh, they turn.
Counter engage. Hubs wants the kill. He will find it. 2 health bars remain for both squads, but the grubs are
Oh my god.
still gonna be found. A Sword will claim Hubs, and everyone but Calc and Sword.
What a fight.
Wow, I was just about to criticize Pulse for kind of flip-flopping between going for the grubs and going for the fight, but they end up squeezing.
That was a pretty
out.
solid fight there.
The only downside for them is, now we can see that Wilson is going for those grubs, so there probably won't be a grub again. But I like this look again. Good flash from only 35, but the real
Huge cancel on that bullet time by Tubbs there.
Immediately, just removing damage at this point in the game from Winthrop University is why it even went this well in the first place.
And credit to the targeting of Denethor. Pops right onto Adam, takes him out, and played his positioning really, really well for this fight to try and even this one up, because Polestar were very close to just single-handedly taking it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I will say I criticized Bio for going for the grubs, but I realized they were already aggroed, so I actually think he needed to auto-attack them to stay alive. So I'll take that back. A little sloppy, a little crazy.
Okay, got the drag.
They do get a lot of kills.
Pulse hit 4 grubs too, so that's pretty nice for them. I think they're in a very solid spot. They killed someone on the dive too?
Yeah, look, you can see.
Some of this laning, as we're seeing right now, live demonstration. Thank you, Polestar.
Sorry for smacking my mic in my headrest there. Didn't want to cough into it.
I will say, it's got to feel good for Polestar to have your Corky, who's leaning more towards that late game, get so close to his second item already.
Yeah, and we're gonna take
I was wondering if they were going to show us. Oh my god.
abilities by himself. It's a Corky, it's a diver, it's a kill.
Yeah, there's really not a whole lot else to it.
Ooh.
Here comes the bullet time. Again with the Crescent Guard from Bio, able to block a lot of that damage.
All right.
Only 35 will be the
Do they get out? I think they have to sack Tubbs, yeah.
Oh my god.
Good flash, Hubs. Good dodge. Live, little boy.
Timing is so great as well. No plate punish coming through as plates have just fallen. Although it will seem like
Dr. Calculus is going to get this top tower, probably.
Be able to secure a turret in the process. So there's trades going across the map from that long chase.
Oh, they saw that. That's a shame.
Wow. I mean, honestly, respect for the guess. Like Wilson, he didn't see him, but he
didn't guess. He saw the soldiers
into that bush, and he just queued and threw the ult out. So I respect that.
Yeah, that's experience for you right there.
Yeah.
Let's take another.
He saw the soldiers go. That's why he did it.
Bio has been so good with these Crescent Guards, by the way. Just continuously blocking a lot of these bullet times and being right out of the range.
Yeah, I will say, this is a pretty good timing, too, for Winthrop to go for this play. Not so great for Pulse. And you can see in that mid lane at the beginning of this clip, Adam wants to recall. He's not in a position to actually impact this fight. No teleport, has gold he wants to spend. And because of the timing, there isn't a whole lot he can actually do to punish.
I do love how many people love that new Jace skin, the arcane one. I think it turned out really nice. Each and every one acting as a diversion.
Still a strong Corky. You know, you have to give credit. He's CSing well. Got a lot of kills. Trinity forces completed. So if this Corky can get
Yeah, it's a big Corky.
that damage, then there is a lot of life for Pulse to bring these fights into their favor, and that's what we're kind of seeing. As
A very big Corky.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta give credit to Sword too. He's been farming really well this game. He's got some kills on his belt.
Yeah, Sword is farming well.
Once he gets towards that second item, gets
159 at 16-ish. Not bad. Nothing too shabby there.
There's a lot of damage that this Victor is able to do. A lot of utility in the slows. Once you upgrade all your abilities apply a slow. It's kind of obnoxious.
Alright, Shelly spawned. Dr. Calculus can respond. Sword can too, so... Really just a stalemate there. Doesn't really matter that they're both bot. Are they gonna throw a full contest here, I wonder? Looks like they are. Didn't get it.
Wilson will secure it. Root found onto Bio, who uses the Crescent Guard. Now walking in with the onslaught, still not gonna land onto the money, but
Adams. That's rough.
Now Hub looking to bail on out of here. He's too short range. He can't find mobility. The rest of Pulse are starting to bleed. They're hemorrhaging. Dr. Cal can only hold so many back before the door is busted open, and Winthrop University.
Yeah, that was a rough fight.
Big fight coming through as they extend this lead to almost 2,000 gold.
Ooh.
Yep, they're not done yet. A great shock blast coming through from
yeah.
to close things out. And yeah, they secured that Rift Herald, they're going to immediately use it because there's a lot of people on Polestar on gray health. So that's just going to allow them to accelerate.
That's tough.
Use those empowered recalls.
I think maybe they needed to have backed off. They really, really, really tried to force that. Too hard, clearly. Yeah, he misses that. Rel gets ulted there. Adam did a wild shuffle through that wall, too. I think at this point, the call is get out. Even if you didn't call it earlier. Like, when he misses the shuffle and bullet time kills him, you get out. That's it.
It was an interesting attempt to go for that Shurima shuffle, but that's where you really need to keep track of those flash timers, because the moment he went in, he doesn't have a flash of his own. He was...
I mean, that was a beautiful shuffle.
Eating just the bullet time. It's those types of decision-making and those types of summoner spell tracking that can cost you this game.
Certainly.
Truly a gorgeous looking shuffle. Just an unfortunate time and place. I like that he got the minions out of turret range. So Denethor would take at least one tower shot. Hmm. Oh, he's fine, though. He's really tanky. It would take them a while to get through him.
Dr. Calculus, he's threatening a bit of Polestar intervention, but ultimately, there isn't really a play for them to make. I mean, right now, you're just hoping, as Polestar, that you can reach some of these major item breakpoints. Hub already has that man immune. He's trying to...
I'm always interested when Amazon says, like, oh, we have this deal specifically for you. I'm like, oh, well, what's the deal specifically for me?
Like this Baron come up.
That's what makes it rough. Adam's been slowed down a lot in this game. He's died 3 times. He's been the big focus point, Winthrop, in some of these fights. So it makes this acceleration of the Zir quite slow. It will mean that you're going to have to wait a little bit longer before we get into that.
Alright, Pulse has to chill out now. They got to just kind of hang out for a little bit, but... Yeah, I'm not sure the shuffle was a good call either, but they did do it.
They're in a position where they could go for it. They could take it down relatively quickly. Tubbs.
Tubbs is fine. Just walking it out.
They're just teasing you, man.
True. Yeah, Winthrop, they're in a spot where they could take it relatively quickly, but Otacon is one of those ultimates where it's not quite like Baron. You don't want to start it just suddenly or try to rush it because it has a lot of health. It does a lot of damage. And
it does do a lot of damage. So much damage.
So I like that restraint. Just keep pushing the relevant lanes there in mid and top, and just keep your focus as a team on that side of the map.
Yeah, you don't have to pull the trigger right away. Just take a time to really weigh out a lot of the...
I like that he used it to get up to those minions a little bit faster. Is he planning on resetting, or did he just pull it for fun here? Did he do that to damage his own minions?
Yeah, as he kind of has been doing so far on the Scion right now. Honestly, eyes are on this Drake as well.
That's pretty crazy if he pulled Otacon out of the pit so it would deal damage to his minions. Like, I don't know if that's what that was, but it did do a lot of damage to his own minions.
And Pulse, they kind of have an idea that this is happening. They want to maintain their own bit of vision on this side of the map as well.
Yeah, of course they do. This is where all the objectives are right now. Baron's up in 3, Otacon's up. You need vision over here. That's just how it goes.
Denethor will have that side lane control for the time being. His teleport is available, so he can stay in these side lanes. if Winthrop looked to try and move Pulse around.
Yeah, just leave Denethor down there. Let him push.
Okay, yeah, Tubbs does manage to get away. The important thing here for me is that they managed to finish these recalls and head straight towards the Drake. I mean, they kind of done their... Oh, if they get Denethor, that's pretty huge.
Denethor's gotta be quick. Nice.
dodge.
Good dodge on the wind become lightning there.
Yeah, really huge.
Lightning could have, at that audacious charge, really screw him over right there. But not gonna lose a member. He'll still be available, still be up. Dragon will be spawning quite soon. We have 23 seconds until that's
23 seconds till Dragon.
be attracted down there.
If Pulse gets it, it'll put them on Soul Point, which is huge.
I wonder if he's going to go for a back end CB with this wave if he has enough gold. That would be a big difference maker in this fight, and I think would really improve Pulse's chances. But given the fact that he's just walking straight down, doesn't quite have that power spike in his hands.
Now it's going to be a little bit of poke war.
You know, start poking at each other. They're all here.
Throwing out the shot blast. You still have the rockets from the Corky, so it does get matched. Trading a lot of these long range abilities.
Bio pulled the Dragon.
Polestar as Winthrop fight for positioning on the river.
Yeah, I mean, this is brutal. Hub is his...
Now he goes back.
Now, Eric, he has 3 items. He has armor pen as well. He is in a really strong position of the Corky, but you called it. Those
Yeah, that's tough. Corky is in a really good spot. Oh, they're giving it.
That the Victor is able to offer as well. It makes it really difficult for him to be...
Wow, they made the call to give it. I wasn't expecting that.
The fact that Adam has fallen behind, there's that added pressure on him as well. So once he gets chunked out, they just back off. They can't take this risk. And I'm wondering if Hub is going to try and index into something like that Bloodthirster. Because I think he really needs some sustain if he wants to have impact in these fights.
So I thought I heard someone yelling outside me window.
Out of Pulse, they're not in a position where they're really forced to fight over this Dragon. No one's at Dragon Soul Point.
I'm going to put on a sweatshirt real fast, though.
If you eat that poke, just concede. It's all right. You can set up for the next fight and get ready for it. We still need time.
Yeah, they didn't really eat any poke, though, is my big thing there.
A little bit behind the curve, being able to get that Leandres. Yeah, pretty important for dealing with people like the Sejuani, like the Maokai, who's trying to stack some health the longer this game goes. But now we're back to the only thing being relevant on the map is the Otacon. I'm not really expecting any fights, given what we've seen these last couple of minutes. As I say it, never mind, they're just going to send it.
Right out the window.
All right, Winthrop starting the Otacon.
Both squads. I know Pulse will want to do something about this. Hub is there. Tub is there. Dr. Cackless coming out from the side.
It's a flip.
And here we go.
Baron spawns. Oh, a reset. Okay. Oh, they're just restarting it.
And it's tough. Not a whole lot of sustain again on the members of Polestar. Tubbs, he's looking for the angle, but a great blue ward is going to spot him out.
That is a good blue ward.
Done there from Adam. Or not, excuse me, from Sword. Be able to catch out the roaming support. And you can see they're making sure he doesn't have the angle to get in.
Look at the positioning right now. Dr. Cackless is trying to stand.
He's just walking up. Good steal. Did they just get out?
And this is what I mean about fighting over this objective.
Oh my god, yeah, they're just doing the Baron now.
The value is if you're able to actually secure all the flowers, but instead they die, they lose members, and now Winthrop can start.
Bio does have smite.
Pulse can engage into this fight without much risk. It's Winthrop who are stressing right now. 3K health.
Oh my god.
They pull away from the Baron. No one's there to steal it. It will get secured by Winthrop. Now Denethor looking to turn around. We'll be able to get one of those GAs popped, another one popped, and Winthrop will lose absolutely no one. They secure the Baron.
Yeah, just like that. Polestar. I mean, they go for the steal.
It was a good Baron call.
And that costs the Baron. So now Winthrop solidify their lead that much more. In a position where they're going to keep on stacking these Drakes going forward. But again, look at this. Again, the value here is the flowers. You can see how...
Yeah, that was a super solid Baron fight.
Again, you need those... That's the real value in getting that objective. But the problem is, because you lose a member, because you lose so much health, the Baron is up. It's so easy for Winthrop to be able to secure this. So I think Pulse recognized this mistake, and they tried to...
Yeah, they tried a little bit
see if they can push
to start to remedy it, but
they just didn't have enough gas to make
they have a lot of resources too.
And it it was a very interesting the way this part unfolded of the fight, because if I'm Pulse, I'm just running in the face of Wilson right now. I got the resurrection. I'm not that worried. I want them dead at the cost of my own resurrection, and instead they really get pulled by Denethor.
They do. And it's tough. I mean, we got to give props to Denethor as well this game. I mean, he's been doing so much damage. Those accelerated shock blasts have been doing a lot, and they're honestly a big reason alongside Sword's damage for the reason Hub has been having trouble participating in these team fights. Again, Bloodthirster, big thing for Hub. You see that
I'm just using that to push him back. They're not really trying to fight there. Oh, but Winthrop. Oh my god. Tubbs down. Oh, I was like, wait a second, 2 kills for Winthrop? I was like, who died? Who else died? I was really confused for a second.
They don't really have to do a whole lot. Drake is spawning soon, so maybe they want to back and get some last-second power spikes, last-second item completions to come through, because this will be their sole point, Eric. And not only that,
yeah, you know, getting a reset off for that is a good idea.
So it's a lot of good stats coming in on top of it all.
So you've seen time and time again how willing Pulse are able to just engage onto 32. I was a little bit worried right here, and then I saw Mobility's damage.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it seems like Pulse haven't been able to really focus him down. Every time they do, his flash is back up. So we need more frequency when it comes to getting on that misfortune, and uh-oh.
Oh, here we go. Only 35 looking for the flank bio.
No, God.
But he is slain by Sword. Sliding wave's gonna
That was so much damage.
down. You no longer have the jungler, and Winthrop have Baron.
Yeah, so that's Soul.
Easy fast track to their third Drake. Really nothing
Oh, no.
can be able
Wait.
to do about this one, and I think Pulse find themselves in a similar position to Winthrop.
Okay, Soul point.
You're at a point where Winthrop
That's not that big a deal then.
Their comp is exceptionally powerful. The carries do so much damage, and it feels so difficult to interact with this composition for Pulse.
That's because it is difficult to interact.
Where the real only angle is trying to make stack plays, where you get a
How was that Maokai R?
lane and try and secure a kill so you can at least fix one side of
He must have hit it by accident or something.
Baron timing out. Dragon Soul point for Winthrop University. Attention's going to be onto this top side. Both tanks
Some decent damage through that wall there.
around the tower.
Oh, Bio's back.
Trying to defend this tower.
Just in time for him to get one shot again.
Leading the charge right now. Bio right behind him. It does get Winthrop off of that top lane inner.
but will it cost Tubbs his life? He's losing a bit of health.
No, Tubbs is fine.
No, really just delaying the inevitable though. Winthrop, they're all here. That top tier 2 turret is really low health, that's right. I think they're just going to end up taking it down regardless. And Wilson.
I mean, Dr. Calculus tanking that is who you want to.
Boyne absorbed that damage anyway, so Winthrop will not find the right target to get an engage going.
No, they will not, but they still managed to secure so much gold in the process. This gold lead now has ballooned up to 10k. Yeah, they're in a really strong position. We're going to watch this one again and see how Bio just instantly...
Yeah, Bio just got popped.
They were kind of caught out there. I respect that they were trying to force some kind of play because, like I was saying, like this is the position that they're in at this stage of the game.
Man, that's a dope recall animation.
That skin's really nice.
Insane.
What?
Oh, Hub. Oh, I thought he was going for BT, but he ended up building IE. I respect
Okay.
wanting to index into damage, but I mean the poke from Jason Victor, it is going to feel really bad if Dr. Calculus isn't soaking up all that damage for you.
I think the game plan right now is just to all in, really. Like, you're not looking for the sustain. You just want the damage
That makes sense.
as fast as possible, and maybe you coin flip a fight if you're incredibly lucky. But that is a really tough chance to actually pull off.
Yeah, it is, but they're looking nonetheless. Adam, he's level 16, has access to that max rank ultimate with the Emperor's Divide. Maybe we can see him go for something, but it's tough. I think Winthrop, they're playing this map out really nicely. Every time Pulse are trying to make some kind of answering play in the mid lane, Winthrop back off as their solo laners pushing these side waves. So Pulse, they're on this really strict timer. They don't have a play, and someone has to respond to these waves. And while they are, being in mid lane for Pulsar, very dangerous, very illegal. So that's why you're seeing them back off and give space.
Objectives, spawning, Baron Nashor is now on the map. And
Again.
it's Winthrop University who have priority over this river. Polestar kind of fighting in the mid lane to try and get that back. They don't really have much vision to play with. Tubbs will step up to
Okay, so there's
turn that around. Now here
the Maokai R. Calculus tanked it. That's terrific.
to block that ultimate.
Yeah, it is tough. They soak up a lot. as
Yeah, that's
a
hard.
player getting rid of that Nature's Advance.
They did only use that, though.
Yeah, I know, I got there. But now Winthrop, they're in a position. They're just going to go ahead and start the Baron hub. He's lost a good chunk
That's
of his
already
team.
dead.
Doesn't feel good. But,
It's gone so
we're gonna
fast.
see if there's a Baron flip here. This is so risky.
Go.
Flip it.
Bio over the wall. 3K health remains. Falling to 2 now. Looking for the steal.
Good try.
Oh, not
Good try.
Winthrop. Grab the Baron. They'll take down the jungler of Pulse. They'll take down the support as well.
That was a good try.
Cashing in so they can walk this straight to the base of Polestar.
Oh, he's pulling the waves.
Yeah, and I like that move there from Dr. Calculus to at least get rid of that mid lane and just walk back into a spot so that he can go for the recall. Cutting this wave, that means that Winthrop won't actually have an angle to end that game.
That was a
here.
good call from Dr. Calculus.
Coming through from Adam, but this game, it's basically all but decided here. You still have a decent spawn timer on Bio.
They actually also had bot wave pushing.
You defended your mid lane. Good job. You're still losing an inhibitor, though. You're not stopping that.
Only one, though, not two, so...
Take that in the bottom lane. After what was
Not bad. Rough fight, though.
very close flip, Wilson will secure that Baron.
Yeah, and it looked like Bio, I thought he just chose not to use his ultimate, but it's looking like he got CC'd into his death. So he didn't have an option to use that Crescent Guard. I mean, small saving grace, he can use it here because this is Dragon Soul.
Calculus by himself. Loses half his health, and that's your frontline tank, who's now hemorrhaging blood leading into this Dragon Soul fight.
Yeah, and remember, mobility, we wanted to see more focus on him while his flash is down. Unfortunately, his flash is back. And this is the Dragon Soul for Winthrop University. Bio, though, I think they don't actually know that he's there. I mean, he revealed himself with the blast plant, but still.
Oh, Tubbs is out of position. They should be able to take him down before Polestar can do a thing about it. Bio finally
I mean, does that matter?
mobility grabs that kill. Now Crescent Guard coming out. They have to get within it to go ahead and take down Bio. Sword is getting critically low. He will fall. There's the Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, the Emperor's Divide doesn't super matter, though. Like, good try, but...
That was the last gasp of Polestar. They fight tooth and nail, but they cannot overcome Winthrop.
We thought we saw the angle, but Winthrop are going to answer.
Did he put an echo on that?
Game 3. If Pulse want their first win, they're going to have to work harder than that.
And a very tough fight right there. They went for mobility, but he took your whole team before you finally got him down. Nexus falls. We are at match point. 1-1 apiece.
All right.
And I gotta say, it wasn't
3
a good
games.
response coming through for Winthrop University. After game 1, it was a little concerned. So it was a really nice look for them to be able to turn that one around. Again, we got to give props to Denethor. I think he had a really good game on that Jace. And I think overall, Winthrop just had a really great...
All right, a 3-game series is always fun, though.
Yeah, it was an incredible bounce back to say the least, and they really did look like a team that time. They were able to chain a lot of those ultimates together, protect mobility, allow that bullet time to go through, and just throw Sejuani at faces, man. That's the way it's supposed to.
They do love throwing
Good for Winthrop.
throwing Sejuani at faces.
I like that you bring that up. They did a great job protecting mobility to ensure he can get a lot of that damage done. There was a lot of back and forth during that lane phase, but past a certain point, I think once they really got Adam out of the game there for the side of Winthrop, once they put the Zazir behind, it felt like since then it was really difficult for Polestar to actually come back.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal for Adam. He had like 4 deaths.
That was rough for Adam. He did not look very good in that game.
And,
He had some good-looking shuffles, but they were bad timing shuffles,
now you gotta recover from it.
in my opinion. Anyway.
We're ready for game number 3. We're gonna throw it over to a short break, and we'll be back with more NACL.
What'd you think of that one, chat?
There are some players that use WoW keybinds for League. For me personally, the only thing I use that's weird is my trinket is on 4, and then instead of using spacebar to reset my camera, I use Y, which is camera unlock and camera lock. I just double tap Y instead of pressing space. I don't know why.
GG.
Some people move their camera with arrow keys as well. That's not uncommon. surprised by that. I don't really have any unique ones, but I have heard of some crazy ones in the WoW settings.
I mean, I use all my mouse buttons, and for like toggle champion only, like for turret dives, and for my when I play Nico for the transforms, you can keybind all the different transforms like to all the other players. So yeah, I think that's useful when you play Nico. I guess it would be that.
Okay, so I know people use space to lock their cameras. I use F1 to lock my camera.
I think really a long time ago, I bound attack move to left click. It's actually like pretty cool because Riot ended up adding that as like an official setting that you can do in the game. It's like actually in the keybind menu now. After a while, I realized, okay, this is actually not super great. I should probably just go back to the default settings and just use like A as my attack move. But I kind of like made that pretty popular, and a lot of people ended up copying it, so that was cool.
I guess for me, it's not really weird, but it's like
Does he have a bunch of Legos and stuff on that table behind him? That's fun.
Shift Q instead of Control Q, which a lot of my friends or like Control. And then I use my Control to tell my range, which a lot of my teammates don't really use the indicator to show the range of the abilities.
The weirdest keybind. I don't think I have any crazy keybinds. I guess the only one would be I use mouse button for like pinging wards, like enemy has vision. Besides that, I think I have like the most standard mouse buttons.
I like that all of them were, yeah, I have a pretty standard mouse setup, or keybind setup. And then just talk about like, oh, I've heard of this. Solid game, though. I did not mean to click on that. You're going to see the Riot client pop up. Yep, there it is. My bad. All right, Winthrop should win this last game. If they don't, that's a huge upset. And then next game, CCG versus NearAirport. I don't know who I'm rooting for. I don't like rooting for CCG just as an organization. A lot of the players are very nice, but I don't like rooting for CCG. And then the NearAirport folks, you know, we'll see how they do, right?
$155 for the night. How? It's easy when you know where to look.
That guy's teeth are so white. Maybe they're veneers?
Hotel Trivago.
Y'all ready for this?
The amount of collabs Fortnite gets is just insane.
Seeing signs of aging? Discover the new Nivea Men Age Defense 2-in-1 Advanced Serum.
It's called throw money at something until it says yes.
Signs of aging. Nivea Men Age Defense.
We gotta stop them, Smoke. We gotta get them before they get away. We just gotta stay through the night. If now ain't go time, then I don't know what is.
Sinners. Rated R. April 18.
welcome back everyone to the NACL, Winthrop University versus Polestar, and what a bounce back.
They also have that partnership with Disney now, which gives them access to a lot more IP.
You picked the best time to say it as he got killed in that clip, but it is true. Once we got out of the lane phase, things did look pretty good, but I think the top side of Winthrop University was cooking from minute one. I think especially Denethor on this chase was solid, and honestly one of the biggest proponents of damage on the team. And of course, we saw Sword on the Victor. Kind of a quieter performance. We weren't really hyping him up as much, but he was a big source of damage for the team as well, and there really wasn't a way for the members, the damage members of Winthrop University to really fall under too much damage.
It was a good plan to really focus the mid lane of Polestar.
Yeah, Winthrop's comp was really good there, at least in terms of like, we just have all this damage. Try to live.
Likes a lot of money, likes a lot of income to get that poke really going through with the shock blast, and when you got 8-1 and 12 Denethor at the end of it, sounds like he did a good job to me.
Yeah, I think in the back half, we did see a lot of good looks for mobility as well. He was doing a lot of damage, the bullet times were really well placed, and he had a lot of really good flashes, holding his ultimate until he knew for certain that he was safe. I think that was really important, because that's how he ended up doing a lot of damage. He had the most gold by the end of the game.
You're better with timing, beatdown. You actually got it on the mobility play.
Yeah, get on it, bro.
But yeah, it was a great play from him, and a great play from Winthrop to actually defend.
So the real question is, what do both of these teams play in this game?
Wasn't finding those dives, and a lot of these fights, I mean, even with Polestar getting that steal, it was starting to feel good for them for just a second, but Winthrop do not let up the gas pedal when they realize tempo is in their favor.
And this is what I mean. This is what I keep saying. Like I think Otacon is a pretty good neutral objective, but especially
We get Zyrash, Trust, in the same lane? Or just in general?
To try and secure that objective, because this is where the game really ran away from Pulse.
Because in the same lane, you're high. In the game overall, maybe.
Otacon, they weren't able to collect all the blood roses, which is really the big highlight of this particular
Bot lane? Yeah, no, definitely not. Thank you for playing.
I was working up to that, but yes, they did lose the game in the end, Eric. Very good.
There were some moments where you saw that type of play that we saw from Game 1 coming out of Polestar, where they're trying to attempt it. But when you're down 10K, man, I'm sorry, it's not going to be the same exact result. Great bounce back coming out of Winthrop University on the grand picture of things. It shows that they are able to communicate really well for a team. And when Mobility's in that position where he can flourish, those shot calls look a lot better.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to give that credit for Winthrop for how they played that mid to late game. And keeping those side lanes pushed in, limiting the opportunities Pulse had to actually go for fights, and slowly, quietly collecting gold in the process. End of objective.
I think that was unfortunately one of Adam's best Emperor's Divides, and it really didn't do anything.
Just hammering away at that Nexus to go ahead and take their game point as well, but now the stakes are about as high as they can really get. We said again, these two teams are expected to
Silver Scrapes!
in the standings, but who's going to go over the other, you know? This game might be the big decider of that.
Yeah, tiebreakers are so important in situations like these. If the bracket at the end.
Sorry, did they say they're expected to be right next to each other? Who's predicting that? I just want to talk.
Both of these teams to try and secure this win, but only one of them can actually get it done. So now, we're in our third game of Fearless so far. 20 champions out of the picture, 10 more to be banned. What are these guys going to be digging deep into so they can secure the win?
Keep in mind, there's going to be a lot of big picks that are no longer available. I mean,
which is excellent.
Combo, that's not there. Varus is no longer going to be there. Rumble's not there. There's right now 20 champions off the map as we head into game number 3.
Did Pulse picked red side? Oh, they have something wacky. I know it.
Yeah, that's right. So now I can't imagine we're going to see very much draft priority change early on. Maybe some things that are getting banned early, like Braum, will end up being let through, but otherwise the usual suspects. I mean, a lot of people are banning Anivia away from Adam. We're probably just going to be seeing a lot of the same stuff here in the first rotation.
Yeah, taking away some of those more pocket picks, to say the least, does have a pretty big influence. We've seen it in the past, man. I mean, I talk about Moose Hater and Garen. That is terrifying. Keelan
that changed the world, bro.
Shout out to Moose Hater.
Yeah, true. I love Keels Nunu.
Moose Hater and Garen.
It's always fun seeing some
Keels Nunu is fun.
those picks that they've climbed the ladder with and are able to translate well.
Ivern.
We'll see if we ever get that approach with you.
My coin.
The Bans are still pretty mid lane focused, taking away that Orianna, not gonna allow Sword to ever play it.
Ivern's mid lane focused?
Next ban, top lane focused. When Magic Catcher.
And I think Winthrop, I mean, same idea here. Pulse chose to be on that red side, so now I think they're going to be in a position again where they probably have to ban away that Nefiri. While you see that Ezreal focus again, a pocket pick for.
They must have something wacky.
I think pretty happy with how this first rotation went. They're either going to get Nefiri or they're going to get something else they prioritize.
Yeah, Nefiri, never. We shouldn't see that champ in the first place. Can we just have an auto ban on it? So get rid of the shenanigans, you know?
I'd be alright with that. But it's going to end up being the Ashe first pick.
That makes sense.
That one prioritized during the first rotation earlier as well. And I mean, it's just good. Strong lane into most matchups. Enchanted Crusader.
Not the blind crocodile.
We all know what Ashe does.
Yeah. And it always comes from like a mile away. You never know. I especially like those
Oh no, the blind crocodile. Okay, Connor. They picked Ashe and they picked Zyra, but they're on opposite teams.
Looking at Polestar and what they're trying to bring to the map, you got a lot of zone control, and you got some, you got the croc coming out in the top lane, something more standard for the top side.
It's happening. It's not happening.
I mean, Ambessa is up and available.
Bot lane, I win. You don't win.
As long as it gets to this first rotation, if they don't pick top lane here, then it is just going to get banned away.
Lilia.
Is on the table. If you get someone who can control a lot of the battlefield, put those plants up, it makes it really hard for her to just dash around and free willy-nilly get kills back and forth. So it is posing that question to the draft of Winthrop.
Yeah, we're gonna find out what the answer is. At the moment, we're already
Cassandra.
So there is gonna be that clear for clear type of situation going here, where you have two big farming junglers who are trying to collect as much gold as they can.
Yone.
Team fight now coming out from Polestar. I mean, with Yone, like the sidelining is always great and all, but I just love that ultimate for the team fights when you're able to really group them up all together. Paired with the Zyra ultimate, now you have a pretty strong 5v5 already drafted with the first 3 picks.
Yeah, and as a reminder, we're playing on 25.06. So Yone's E
25.06.
Lilia's sleep, and he snaps back with his soul unbound. He can still get rid of it. So he's still in an okay position. Next week, different story.
Next week, we'll get rid of that eventually. Don't you worry. Next ban comes out. It's gonna be a Zed ban. That's
a Zed ban.
Who's the big Zed player on this team? I've known Sword to be a mage player for the longest time.
I'm pretty sure. Did he play last week? Am I insane? I mean, I think it's a good matchup into Yone anyway.
That's true.
And you're looking for an AD mid laner in general to pair with this Lilia. So I do think that ends up being like a natural answer.
I actually want to take a moment to see the last time he's played this champion. Look that up in just a second. Now it's the mid lane focus coming out. Polestar,
A lot of mid bans.
take away that LeBlanc. It's been banned constantly so far. Zed's not
They could, in theory, swap the Renekton and the Yone.
Wow, there's a lot of focus into Hub's champion pool there. So we're gonna see how deep he's gonna actually go. We could actually see the Caitlyn. Okay, there it is. So another bit.
Oh my God, the Caitlyn. Guys, they picked Caitlyn.
And now you're gonna leave Tubbs that last counter pick just to ensure you can get that best matchup possible. I mean, it probably is gonna end up being something like Lux, but we'll see.
Caitlyn Lux, I mean, it's a classic tried and true duo. That's really a pain in the backside to deal with, because the moment you get hit by the light binding, all Caitlyn does is put the bear trap right under you. And you're stuck there for like another minute or two. Next pick coming in for Winthrop University.
Tristana.
Tristana, so we're gonna have a double AD combo from the draft.
Yeah, and at this point, it's just about how they want to round things out at the end. I think Enchanter, not the greatest idea. I don't like Ashe being the solo engage from. I think actually would work really well. It was banned a lot from only 35 earlier in the series, and that is what they're going to end up going with.
It took me a while, but I do have the stats up, and he did play Zed last week.
There you go.
You were right. You were absolutely right. he had a good game with it too. 8-2-6 on that set.
He did. That's true.
Ball knowledge. Big threat you have to deal with, and you deal with it by banning it away. And next pick.
Ooh, you actually don't win, Connor. It's Zyra Jungle. Thank you for playing. I will take all your channel points now.
You're able to keep people away when they try and jump on top of you. And of course the extra range on the cozy campfire. All valuable for already a lane bully like the Caitlyn.
And, you know, considering that it's going to be an Ashe, you're going to have a lot of those long-range engagements coming through. If Melio's in the area, he could be that big savior that takes away all these gimmicks that Winthrop are trying to throw at Polestar.
No, I'm saving those to make you play MapleStory. Well, good luck. Joke's on you, I'm pumping those numbers up.
Yeah, this will really nice pick up there at the end of the draft there for Tubbs, and we're gonna see like this is.
How many points are you at? 37k? All right.
Is gonna walk away with the dub, and the other one is gonna be that much more worried about how their split will end.
The fight to climb the ladder.
It's mysteriously 370,000 tomorrow.
Winthrop University, Polestar, game number.
Do it.
Exciting is going to happen in the first minute. I can't really imagine a whole lot, but maybe a late invade. Like we're looking at Ash Brom. That is actually a very.
All right, hang on, chat. I'm gonna run this now. I should have done it earlier. I'm so sorry.
Only 35, but no, I'm not seeing it.
I'll come to your apartment and beat you.
On a side note, talking about some of these squads and how they've been.
Good luck. I live in a locked building. Can you believe this guy?
I had different expectations on only 35, kind of being a shot caller for the squad. I was surprised to hear that he wasn't, despite all the experience that he has. A lot of that just comes from like kind of learning the culture, learning how to integrate more so you can communicate with your team.
Learning North American slang, yep.
Learning North American slang.
Oh, buddy, I'm picking up what you're laying down.
The one he brought up to me was lost in the sauce. Apparently he didn't know what that meant, and Winthrop had been using that a lot with him, teaching him the ways of the States.
At least the fun ways of the States.
We'll get him more slang terminology, you know?
We'll get him more slang.
Yeah, as long as it's still fun. Totally agree with you. But I do like that late invade that ended up coming through here. From the side of Winthrop, again, you have Ash Brom, really strong level 1. Polestar have no choice but to... I mean, just kind of accept that and not do anything about it. The real question for me, I didn't quite catch if there are any pings. Do they know that this is happening? So it's all going to depend.
It's a good question. I have no idea if they know this is happening.
Oh, I don't like the direction he's standing in. Oh, Eric, I think he doesn't know. Oh.
Look away.
Ooh.
Look away, be down. Look away. Don't
my eyes are closed. No, never mind. Look at the path. Look at the path. I think he is going for the cross map. Okay, never mind. Everything's fine. They know.
Everything's fine.
I'm glad I didn't close my eyes. How could you tell me not to look, Eric? I'm a caster.
I wanted to avert your eyes from disaster. I know color casters can get a little emotional when we see moments like this, you know.
You wanted to end my job, bro. Nice try. I'm on to you.
All right. Let's get back to the vertical jungling.
Oh boy, vertical jungling.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be an easy 6 for 6.
My favorite form of jungling.
They do have that ward, and we do see that early move coming through here from only 35. So, Bio might be in trouble.
No, Bio's fine. He's out.
He's backing out at the right time, but there's the flash. Able to land the winner's bite. Concussive blows needs 2 more before he gets the stun. It would be a long chase to get that.
A long chase that was never actually going to work. So only 35. Maybe a little zealous, overzealous with the flash. But you do protect some of Bio's camps. And it will allow him to get a little bit of a lead. But now Bio has this opportunity where he's checking. I wonder if...
I love seeing the Braum just strolling through mid lane there.
Getting some good health trades coming in here.
Yeah, that's like 250 left on Denethor right now. Bio just rolling around. You need to crash the wave though, and it's not the easiest when these caster minions are about right under the tower.
Yeah, so, I think he's about to
get this.
Oh no, I think he's just gonna spend the time.
Wow.
Honestly, I respect it.
I love this. What a gank setup.
And here we go.
See if Denethor can play this right. He goes right after Bio, waiting for the aggro to start up. No one's pulled aggro just yet. They bait it back. They wait for the cooldown.
Oh my god. He's alive. Nice dive. Very, very nice dive.
and Bio, these are the players that came into this team with that experience playing together. And I like how they did it. They did it nice and clean. They waited for Denethor to flinch and use his cooldowns. Yeah, and then they took him down.
It was funny watching them stand there, and he's like casting abilities and trying to like dodge things, and they're just standing there.
Bio playing with Dr. Calculus in the tier 3 space, and it really does show.
Yeah, and I really like Bio going for that auto attack outside of the turret range, kind of baiting Denethor to use.
That was clean? Yeah, it was.
Thinking he could secure that kill, but didn't quite pan out. It was too clean.
Remember some of the teams that they played on? Ducky Getters, the Straw
True.
Hat Crew in ACL.
Shout out to Ducky Getters.
They're so funny. And I love when they stay until tier 2. Shout out Zeus Gaming.
No, shout out Team Tony Top, bro.
True, that was also really good.
Oh, Team Tony Top.
We got some good names in the scene. Okay, bringing it back to the game. I really like that Wilson went for the invade on the second spawn of the camps as well. So being able to steal that Gromp is that nice bit of experience. So Bio is a little bit behind as a result, even though it felt good to secure that kill for Dr. Calculus.
This does mean Calculus is going to get a lot of gold without even really looking to take the fight to Denethor. He just walks past and utilizing those demolish procs to take those stacks and proxy out this wave.
Yeah, you know Wilson's on the other side of the map, and look at that, level 6.
Comes right away, and Denethor is not in the place to be. Wilson gonna provide some backup to turn this around, but
we got him
again. The heal from the Q was just too much for Denethor to handle.
Wow.
And out walks the crocodile.
Really nicely there. Dr. Calculus, he's gonna secure
No.
kill in this 2v1 scenario.
Yeah, right.
And that's gotta feel really bad for Denethor. I know
Shit's pretty crazy.
Renekton getting a lead this early, it feels really bad if you're Winthrop.
The Doctor, he's got the PhD in whooping behinds, baby. What a brilliant play coming out from Dr. Calculus. You know, back to back, after we had that dive, he's still going for the proxy.
I love proxy farming on Renekton and then killing the guy who comes and tries to kill me.
This is such a good look there for Polestar 2. I mean, this is a comp where we didn't really talk about comp expectations, where you do feel really good in that late game. Yone, Zyra, Caitlyn, if you get ahead, do really nicely post that 20-minute mark. So the fact that this Renekton, who's a little more early mid-game focused, is 2-0 right now, I mean, that's got to feel amazing.
An incredible start. Phage picked up, already has the bounty on top of his head. So, I mean, when Renekton really gets going, it's such a pest to try and stop, because he does get good control of the side lanes for the early to mid game, and when he hops onto your back line with the slice and dice,
Nope, arrow.
Arrow, it lands flush right on the money in mid lane, and
That was nice.
Wow.
Buster, you are dead.
Buster shot.
Well executed, coming through for Winthrop University, and they get a kill back into their pockets there onto Sword on this Tristana. And now it's going to assist Wilson in the invading he's been doing constantly. I really like this, though. I love when farming junglers, like Lilia, you have these lane advantages that you can abuse and take advantage of. Eric, I'm not farming my camps. I'm farming your camps, dog. And he's just keeping Bio behind an XP. Wilson's almost doubled his farm. He still has camps to work with. And this Zyra hasn't even hit level 6 yet.
Let's take another look at that enchanted crystal arrow. This is what we're talking about. Ash walks away, just throws out an arrow, sees if it works.
No, and it's great. I bet you there was we didn't see it.
Yeah, like just toss those ash arrows. Throw that shit down there, you know?
Actually just had no way to save himself there, barring a really quick reaction flash. So, honestly, just really good play overall from Winthrop.
Like just put that shit down range, you know?
Dragon went over to Polestar. Still waiting on those timers to see where these teams want to play next.
I mean, right now, Grubs is definitely in Polestar's sights, just because Lilia takes them really quickly, really effectively. And you don't want to just give away 6 Grubs like that for no fight. So I think that's the angle that they're going to be focusing on. They were able to secure that first Drake, but I imagine we're going to see a lane swap come through soon so that they can get that push, get that setup, so that they can try and deny that from Winthrop University.
I will say Braum is still solo level. I think he's been struggling a lot level-wise in these games, frankly. He's just not soaking XP well, I guess, but I don't know.
If this does rotate towards the top side, that could be the power that Winthrop needs to get Grub again and going.
Yeah, right now we're seeing Wilson. He's maintaining that lead that he's gotten over Bio because of all those constant invades. Now the question is just going to be, can Bio get more off playing towards this Renekton who's really strong? Getting him more gold, if he can get that first item, which is probably the Eclipse, going into this next Grub fight, I mean, Polestar going to be really happy.
Yeah, Renekton's losing the trades. Oh, hang on, he's...
2 minutes for the Dragon. Dominus used in the top lane as Dr. Calculus.
My God.
300 health, a big chunk taken there.
He is shredding.
Means we are going to potentially see that recall and teleport coming through from Denethor. I like the Dr. Calculus is just going ahead for a quick back as well. He might not even need to TP, but I think he wants to get there early for setup. So, okay, I was wrong. He actually went for the Black Cleaver first. We see this one as well. And, I mean, it's just as valuable. So, Dr. Calculus, very strong position right now. We're seeing the movement come through from Polestar, even though the marksmen haven't joined the party, because they know how important it is to deny these grubs.
I mean, Hub just wanted
Yeah, they do have to fight around the grubs to stop them from getting Grubmageddon. Or Grubageddon?
doesn't look too friendly. Dr. Calculus pops out. It's a gator. Some roots to bind him down. It's a lot of damage on the Denethor, but Denethor will stay alive.
Yeah, still, I think Polestar a little trigger happy through their CC all at the same time, so it actually did get blocked by the Pathmaker, allowing Denethor to keep...
Not the Pathmaker blocking it.
But fact is,
Alright, yeah, Pulse is at least contesting this, so that's good. Hub and Adam are in rough spots, though. Ooh. Good cleanse. That's huge. Yeah, down a team fight tool, but like...
Might be able to get the full 5. No, Pulse will secure the final one, setting it at 4-2. Favor Winthrop. Now the arrow comes out, looking for a kill onto Dr. Calculus. But keep in mind, Dr. Calculus has been doing well. Now bailing out is Adam. Looks for the back line, but couldn't find the fight he wanted. Pulse will retreat.
I know. I think this is fine. You get 2 grubs. Really happy with that one. We see how powerful this Bilio is. Now...
Oh god, they're diving him.
I think this dive is not real. I'm going to be honest.
I think this dive is not real. I was hoping it was real. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I wanted to see blood.
I know the health bars are blinking. Okay, it does waste a bit of time.
I want to see them fight.
More time to knock down plates in the mid lane, and I'll give credit that that's probably what that one was for, just because we know Tristana takes...
Yeah, Triss getting to free push is never a bad thing.
There's also the belief that, you know, health bar is a resource, and I'm going to use the entirety of it. Of course.
The health bar is a resource. Remember that, guys.
I'm just trying to cope right now. I'm honest. I didn't like only 35 being there. It was scary for me, man.
They didn't go for it. That's all that matters to me, really. So
The health bar is a resource, and you should use all of it. You paid for all of it.
Yuntal did collect a lot of gold in the process as well, so he's going to be able to come back immediately, and they know Adam
Nice.
ult, so he's in a bit of a precarious situation.
Stopping the Grubageddon was so important for Pulse earlier, but still having 4 grubs will mean a lot for Winthrop when they get on these towers. It's a Tristana.
Yeah, 4 grubs doesn't exactly hurt.
Towers in record time, so it's if Winthrop can play this...
That is like the minimum you want for it to like have a real impact. Don't use all the health bar, because then you're dead. Use 99% of it. You know what? That's fair.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard.
Use 99% of your health bar.
You want to pull Polestar around the map, but Dr. Calculus is in a really strong position right now. Nobody on the side of Winthrop can 1v1 him, so the fact is you're always going to need to pull 2 people with this lead that he's got going for
Use
him.
99.9% of your health bar. That's the solution.
For Winthrop to get that kind of map setup, and now my eyes are on what that setup is going to be for this Rift Herald, because I think that's the next objective that's really worth looking at.
And it will get kind of brutal for Denethor to have to deal with. He's already itemizing armor to deal with that Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's only armor. Bio's still a mage. Bio's going to get some good damage on to this Desante.
Yeah, Bio will do a lot of damage in these fights, provided he's got plants out.
With his itemization, it's going to be a long game for him.
his goal is just definitely going to be trying to get these backline angles, trying to get that all out.
I personally also don't really like that Triss skin, but everyone's entitled to their taste.
He can still find a lot of value even when he's behind. You know the 80 carry memes. 0-4 Cassante, he's still going to beat the hell out of you. I don't make the rules.
The showmaker copy pasta, that's what it is.
Ah, yes, yes, exactly.
Taking a look at cooldowns, I'm waiting for what.
Ooh.
That's exactly why. I was looking at the enchanted crystal arrow, and they just throw it in the mid lane at him. You gotta get away, man. But concussive blows means you are stunned up, locked down, and
That's tough.
Yeah, I mean, that's a
For once, I agree with your skin take. Yeah, we have very opposite opinions on the skins.
That's what we wanted to see. So unless a kill gets answered back, Windrop are in a great spot to go ahead and secure this rip.
I just think there's better ones, like Firefighter.
Even some grubs with 4 of them, because they are going to get a lot of value from that charge.
Takes me back to the old days of League. Hotshot GG playing Ashe in the mid lane. He would take teleport. He would throw his arrow from the spawn and just teleport back in and kill them.
That's really funny, actually. I mean, not much to talk about with this play. It was pretty much over.
Not much to talk about this play. He died.
So now you can see that angle, that pressure Winthrop were able to get because of it, and they have that look onto the Herald.
Yeah, Herald's up right now. We still got 2 minutes, 45 seconds before we get another Drake.
Okay. A little bit of time before the next Drake. Otacon spawns in 420. Nice.
Still on the map, but no one's in position to really start up the Herald. You can tell right now the pings are coming out from Winthrop.
Yeah, Herald is up. One of these groups needs to take it.
Yeah, they do. And I will
Got worse after the VGU. That's fair. I think it's still one of the better ones, though.
He has to index into armor anyway, and even though he's not quite at a full item, I mean, there's no real kill threat there from Adam. And as long as Sword plays with his jump right and is not too aggressive, he shouldn't be able to die to Dr. Calculus. I don't think he'll kill him, but, you know, that stalemate you're perfectly fine with.
Ooh. Tower goes down. Thought there was going to be a little bit more feistiness.
I thought they were going to pursue him, but they didn't.
Chase for that as Denethor under pressure has the backup of Wilson and the wilting lullaby, so pulse pull off.
Yeah, I like the look, but I like the response from Wilson even better. And taking a look at the gold here, 2K lead, pretty much entirely on the top, the mid and jungle, excuse me, of Winthrop University with Dr. Calculus. He's doing his best, Eric. he's trying to pull his team up with him.
It's a tough one because Renekton isn't that carry champion that kind of like drags you up.
Pengu won his S tier. The Tristana Pengu skin?
He kind of can be.
He kind of feels like it, yeah.
Yeah, but you know, we're a few minutes away.
Nasty. I mean, just get level 3 and he kind of feels like that. You know? Just get your 3 abilities.
Yeah, seen all your spells. Feels good.
It's going to be overtime for Dr. Calculus is basically what we're trying to get to here.
Yeah, and right now things have slowed down quite a lot. Herald is still up. We could see a dragon for Herald trade. Kind of what I'm expecting at the moment here. But
it might not be.
All-Star, maybe they want to go for it. See, the thing that's kind of tough with their comp. Oh, hold on.
Glacial Fisher comes out, finds the knock up onto 2. Mobility around the corner.
Oh my god.
There comes the wilting lullaby.
Ash Arrow into Lilia Sleep. Crazy.
Goes up and now only 35 is in danger. Has to dash on out hub. Almost taking him down with Pills over Peacemaker. Pulse moving forward but getting slowed down in the process. Rift Herald belongs to Winthrop.
Wow, I mean, that's Ash for you. There's still low health bars. Pulse could look to try and chase this one out. Yeah. I think there's an angle here while they put some damage onto that mid turret. So if they can get a kill, not bad. No, it's looking like they can't.
If you don't get a kill, you get a mid tower nonetheless. That's still something back, but yeah, I see the problem now.
Yeah, it's tough too because Dr. Calculus, he's really late to this. Bio is even later, and honestly, it's 3v1.
That's a struggle, yeah.
Anyway, so that's still a big win from Winthrop. They're gonna be able to secure that almost 2.5K gold lead. Saving grace for Polestar as they get this Drake, and they're halfway to the soul.
Halfway to soul ain't bad.
Drake can be acquired as the hotshot comes through. Does give some information that Pulse are doing, and I don't expect any retaliation to come out of Winthrop.
I'm hoping for retaliation. Not expecting any, but I am hoping.
Just that they did with it earlier. Now we're just waiting for the next objective to come around.
And something we didn't really talk about from the draft until now is just this idea that Pulse's comp, while having strengths, there's no reliable way to start team fights off. They're really hoping that they can get into position.
It's true. There is really no good way for them to start team fights.
Hasn't been the case. It is the case now, but this is not what they want.
All right, knock a pound onto Denethor. Tubbs trying to get away, gets caught by the enchanted crystal arrow, and it's another pick for Winthrop.
Yeah, like really nicely done. Pulse, they don't have many ways to trigger pull. Winthrop, they have one of the best ones. It's just Ash Arrow, especially in tight confines. It's too easy.
I mean, you got something with the Yone ultimate. The problem is he's not really a tank, so once he goes in, it's a one-way ticket unless he can get out fast enough before that damage meets his face. That's what makes it so scary trying to engage with this Yone, and that's about it. That's all you got.
Yeah, and we're getting to a point now, too, where the marksmen of Winthrop University, they're about to hit those 2-item power spikes. They're really strong right now, and you can see how much damage Sword is doing here. Yeah, it is a level 7 Milio, but it's still something to be afraid of as Polestar.
2.5k, 20 minutes into this game. Attention from Polestar is now focused on the top side, still sending the split push for Adam in the bot lane. All the meanwhile, it's the driver's seat for Winthrop University. They will transfer some of the pressure that they found throughout this game and try and get some vision control over towards this top quadrant of Polestar.
All right, setting up now for these topside objectives for Otacon and Baron. I don't know if they'll just like slam the Otacon or what the plan here is, but
Minimize their losses for these next couple of minutes. You need Hub at 2 items. You need Adam at 2 items. You especially need
yeah, they do just have to get people on items on the side of Pulse here. Well, they're all fine, I guess.
From only 35, I do wonder if this is an angle that they potentially want to take to stop this Otacon from going down. There is a lot of damage here with Lilia and 2 marksmen, but the TP also means they really want this. Honestly, guys, Pulse, it's not that serious. We don't have to fight this. It's okay.
But Dr. Calculus ain't getting any stronger in the late game, man. He's got to go now.
That's true. Yes, Derek's Gage. He's feeling really
I think Pulse is going to get this now. Ash, no ult. Lilia has ult. Oh, huge.
Oh, they got it.
By Pulse once again. Now able to retreat out. Adam gets picked off, and the rest of Pulse are headed for the hills. They bit off way more than they could chew.
That Lilia QR was huge.
I feel so bad too because if Tubbs had the ultimate there and it wasn't forced out earlier, that actually really could have been a winning fight for Pulse.
That was crazy.
Winthrop, they collect the blood roses, they get all that extra experience as we saw level ups coming through, and they push that advantage that much further.
Yeah, the fight over the Ruinous unfolding. Wilson in a good attempt right there, trying to get the drowsy in, and it really does impact this fight so much. Look at how many people were asleep.
For quite a while too, so...
Yeah, that was really... probably one of the bigger sleeps I've seen recently. That was a really good one.
Maybe that fight could have gone differently, but instead Winthrop, they continue. That advantage goes even further than it did before. Now we're starting to see second items come through, only on Hub, but it's kind of too late. I don't think Pulse are in a position where they can fight these objectives again. You just kind of want to slow down, farm as much as you can, and minimize what Winthrop University can take from you.
If anyone gets hit with the arrow, maybe except Dr. Calculus, depending on how many members of Winthrop are there, they're dead. And that's a hard thing to find counterplay for when it's coming out deep from Fog of War. Inner tower going to go down in the bottom lane as Winthrop claim themselves another.
Oof. And that's just more gold, almost up to 4,000. While Adam is certainly pushing in the side lane, he's very not likely going to be able to take down that tier 2, especially with Sword on the way. But now my eyes are on the bottom side. A Dragon is coming up.
Yeah, we got a drag spawn. That'll be Soul Point for Pulse. Oh my god. Well, that can't be good news.
Just looking at the items, I'm not surprised. And the level. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a big Tristana.
A little
Very
bit.
Big. Very big. 302, 400 gold bounty. We know Sword as this mage player.
Still not as big as the TSM 9-man sleep.
That come out, and
A lot of players that can be hit by Lilia ult. That one was one of the bigger ones.
I dare say too much. At the moment, they don't really have a way to deal with them. Now it is going to be that second Drake for Winthrop. This one is getting tough. Winthrop, who lost that first game, who looked like they might have given Polestar their first win, have now managed to bounce back. Not just giving us a pretty solid game 2, but also really starting to run away with this game 3. Oh, I don't know if I want to watch this. Oh, you know, okay, to be fair, Turret did a lot of work there. The Turret did a lot of work there.
The Turret did do a lot of work there, but still.
Was trying to ult over the wall to escape.
At the same time that the rocket jump went off.
Yeah, because Yone stops when he hits a champion, but if he got over the wall, different story. And Sword dies, I think. But, you know, coulda, woulda, shoulda, right?
Yeah. What we say is we walk away from situations like that trying to hold our heads up high and cope.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
That's the way it is. I mean, I'm just trying to say the cope for Adam more than anything else.
Okay.
That's funny.
I don't know. As I look at this more and more, I lose hope for Polestar finding a way back into this. Going back to one of the things you had talked about, there's no front line. So guess what? You get caught, you're dead.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's Dr. Calculus who has to lead. That's why you're seeing him go for that.
The hell is that noise?
If someone else besides him gets hit with that ash arrow, they just explode. There's really no way around.
That's got to be game, right?
So it's going to be that second Baron buff easily going over to the side, or not second, first Baron buff going over to the side of Winthrop University. Don't watch that. And it's pretty easy, pretty convincing. Not much else to say.
More than anything, I'm just proud of the adaptations we're seeing from Winthrop. That game 1, I was kind of just like, okay, Pulse are going to take this in a quick, easy 2-0, but game by game, they've looked better and they've improved considerably.
Yeah, they have. And again, mobility, who we talked about, has come a long way since subbing for EGC in 2023. Now starting here on Winthrop University, has been having really good performances, especially these last 2 games on the Misfortune. Here, on the
Mobility is a very good AD carry.
A few of his arrows have actually missed. Actually, if memory serves, I don't think he's missed yet.
Oh.
He probably has, but I'm just going to go ahead and say he didn't. Eric, we're the casters. We write the narrative. We can decide these things.
We can decide what's true.
Yes.
And I say Seraphine's not champion anymore.
Hey, okay, hold on. Hey, I didn't get a vote. What's going on?
I make up this narrative, man, and
your American side is coming out.
What's coming out right here? Oh, able to get the campfire out and able to stop the crowd.
That was a good Milio ult. A huge Milio ult, you might say.
I think you should have left it. But that's brutal. 2 big ults, and you get literally nothing from it except keeping your lives. Yeah. So it's going to be an easy tier 3 turret take. They can go for a little more.
Oh, and they're slamming it. This is for the game. Alright, well, they got mobility, I guess. Yeah, that's got to be it.
I mean, there's really not much else to say. Desirx, that's going to be it here. Winthrop University, unless Dr. Calculus and Bio do something.
Put at what cost?
Yeah, here's the last stand from the Gator, but the flower has been plucked and the Gator is now boots.
The last stand from the Gator. All right.
Taking the series 2-1.
They secure their second win of the split, and they make it a little bit easier for them to overtake Polestar in a situation where tiebreakers end up happening at the end of the split. Because guys, this is that first round robin, or single round robin, excuse me, for the split. Every win counts.
And a really good look coming out from Winthrop University for this series. Again, I want to echo what I was saying a little bit earlier, was that game 1, I was like almost losing hope immediately. And when we see adaptations like that come in so quickly,
They adapted well, and Artemis is a really great coach and does a great job turning the kids around.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that note, quick shout out to Pulse, looking a little bit better than they did last week. Again, it's one step forward, like they were talking about. And who knows, maybe in the future, sometime soon they could secure that first win. But Winthrop, they don't have to worry about that. They're already 2 wins deep. They're improving little bit by little bit as well, so things are looking good on their end.
And we're seeing like more dimensions out of the squad as well. What's Denethor? Just a Camille player.
Now it's time.
Jace as well, like he showed in that game number 2. What about Sword? He's a great mage player. Look at what we just saw with his Zed last week and his Tristana this week. We're seeing more and more levels to this roster now, and it's great.
No, it is, and you know that's the kind of thing we want to see improve over time. I think Winthrop as a team overall, they've had their struggles in the past. They made it to several promotion tournaments, but weren't able to close things out.
The meme team versus an actual team.
And things are looking all right for them so far. Of course, there are still tougher opponents. There are more difficult hills for them to overcome, but for today, looks good.
Yeah, I mean, we can be pretty happy about how they're performing so far. I mean, AMI, it was a series. It went 3 games. They still got a 2-0 against Blue Otter, and now another series against Polestar, putting them at 2-1 so far in the regular season. You can dust yourself off. You can breathe a little bit more, knowing that you're moving away from that relegation side of the standings, knowing you're not going to have to deal with that.
For now.
For now.
Anything can happen. There's still a couple more games for these teams to play, but yeah, you do feel pretty good about that one as Winthrop. Just securing the wins that you're supposed to get is probably what they're thinking to themselves.
So as we pull up some of the highlights from that series coming out so far, I mean, Dr. Calculus, man, if we got to hype up someone, even though it's a loss, I really liked his performance.
I think so far he's been a bright spot on the team this split, especially this series. He's looked really good on that Renekton. It honestly kind of feels bad that he played so well individually, and things don't end up really working out. I mean,
Yeah, I think that was a solid game. Pulse looked a lot better than they have been looking, which is huge for them.
That constant targeting of Adam they've done all series long with this enchanted crystal arrow, being able to just land good arrows all across the board.
Well, not good, but they looked a lot better.
Earlier about marksman doing shot calls. If you're going to shot call on a marksman, Ash feels like the right one to do it because you're literally engaging the fight, you know?
You're making all the decisions. Absolutely.
Game 1, they looked good? Yeah, they did.
And we can accept that Otacons are now baits for whoever tries to
hey man, I knew that. You're the one who's late to the party.
I am. I'll be honest about that one, but Polestar
That's okay, I forgive you.
Did they get both Otacons in the last 2 games and then immediately proceed to get smashed?
Yeah, that sounds right. But I'm pretty
That
sure
does sound right, yeah.
We're actually the ones who secured it this time around. But the point is, you know, that objective, maybe we don't risk life and limb for it. That's all I'm saying, guys. It's okay. But, you know, there were a lot of other things that contributed to this loss. Winthrop, we got to give them their props for how they played and closed things out. And we'll have an interview with them pretty soon.
Yeah. I am getting word that Wilson will be the recipient of the interview will be coming up soon. So it's going to be nice to hear from him. You know, he has a lot more history than a lot of people give him credit for just because he's changed his name so many times, man.
I mean, that really hampers your ability to have a consistent history. So, you know, I don't really...
Okay. Wildcard Gaming, Taco Gaming, Cincinnati Fear. Come on, man.
Yes, don't get me wrong. I know who he is. I like what he's done and the teams he's played on in the past. But if you keep changing your name, I think it's hard. It's hard for people to keep track. And I understand that.
You feel that way about Aaron and Chrome?
I do. But you know how annoyed I was when I was like, "Wait, guys, this Chrome," and you're like, "Aaron." I'm like, "What the hell, man? Like, whatever."
All right, getting back to celebrating this victory before we actually do get Wilson here. Do you have any more thoughts to really add to this? I mean, I like what I saw. I like the development of Winthrop. If they want to be a competitive team and make their bid for the middle of the pack and possibly even more, seeing adaptions like that is the first step.
That was good.
And I gotta say, I think even though there were a lot of target bans aside of a Sword, I think he ended up handling them pretty well. Lane Fine both games, had big team fight impact both games, and I think it was a good look for him. For a player who, since his return to mid lane, we don't get a lot of role swaps that come back. I thought he's been looking pretty solid. So it's nice to see him play well.
I mean, we have the recency of that last Tristana game, the Victor game in game 2. That was pretty monstrous as well. He was cleaning people up, 7-1 and 12 onto that one. Beat down. Now we're gonna have the conversation about the MVP.
And MVP. If I'm gonna pick,
Ooh, I don't know. That's hard. I think mobility.
I kind of want to give it to mobility, but I need to think about it a little more. I need you to talk while I think.
Okay, there's a
Talk.
I'm looking at
Just
the
let me-
squad as well. There's some good arguments.
Oh, it was Sword. There you go.
The Sword? Okay.
They gave it to Sword.
Sword. 7.2 KDA.
I see it.
You see the vision?
I see it. I see the vision. And
There you go.
Sword is an experienced player. He's had a lot of time. He was on TSM Academy, 100 Thieves developmental squad. That's when we got one of the best looks at Sword we've ever seen. It almost feels like
I remember those squads.
back to those past times when that 100 Thieves next squad was just dominating everyone. Seeing that form of Sword kind of make its reemergence with some of the champion picks we've been seeing.
Yeah. I mean, I would really hope he could come back to those kinds of routes like that. I think it would end up be really fun. But for now, I still think he has a little bit of a way to go, even though the series did end up looking pretty good for him.
You're seeing that Tristana jump all around the Goomba stomps for days. Credit over to Sword for picking up that MVP. It's got to definitely feel good on off champs like that. But we are almost ready for the interview right now. We have Wilson is currently on standby, I believe, ready to be pulled in.
I do see him.
Not the case.
You know, it happens. Well, you know, they got to make sure all the tech is good, so we have a good, clean interview, Eric. So maybe let's not out him just yet.
That's the thing about these remote broadcasts, man. That's the thing about these remote broadcasts. Sometimes hiccups happen. That's why my camera turned off earlier.
Yes, because we're remote, exactly. I mean, you know what? This is all technology-related things. Like, things go wrong. We're using a lot of complicated systems here. It's just life. That's how it goes.
They're not that complicated.
So, guys, we have Sword as our MVP. We're interviewing Wilson, really getting his...
I'm just kidding. Some of them are pretty complicated.
Yeah, and of course, just vamping as much as we can while we get through some of our tech issues. And of course, just trying to have you enjoy this little conversation that we're having as we're along for the ride for the development North America Tier 2. I mean, it's been a fun space so far, seeing a lot of these changes come through. I do want to highlight that relegation promotion thing that can happen into the LTA, which does...
Okay, I'm going to run an ad here, guys, and grab some water. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'd agree. And it'll be nice to see how it's going to continue to shape up going forward. And we still have new players. We still have new teams and orgs joining the league and trying to get involved in the system, and we love to see that.
That's fun. New players. That's what this series kind of was. You know, you had a lot of players who have yet to see the NACL prior to this season showing up. But you know, that's the way it is. Development for North America. We're going to take a moment to throw it over to short break while we figure out some of these tech issues. So we'll be right back.
The first character I mained was Irelia. That was probably right at the end of Season 1, going into Season 2. I was like, I would have been 12 years old, I think, at the time. I played top and mid, I didn't really care which, and I was honestly pretty good. I mean, back then, I did my placement games, and out of the 5 games, 2 of them I got pentakills in, and I ended up placed gold my first season, so, and I only played the 5 games, so.
I'm not sure exactly, like, at the very early stage, but when I started wanting to maybe go pro, I was playing mid lane, I mean this year, yeah.
Season 4, and I was actually a top laner because back then my computer, there was a thing where like it always took at least 1 minute to load in to the game. So by the time I loaded in, I would be 1 minute in because my computer was so bad. So I had to play top lane to TP to the lane, you know, because I didn't want to be late to the game. So I had to play top lane, and I played a lot of Darius, and then my original email is also based on Darius. But it's really funny because it's like I'm like 9 years old, 10 years old, and like Darius is like, in my opinion, like super broken. So I just like made my email like Darius overpowered or something silly like that.
First character that I mained in role was support, actually. Season 3, I played Thresh. It was when he came out. So like, yeah, I played a lot of just Thresh and Bard. I was a Thresh Bard like main from like Season 3. I mean, I could play most of the supports, but those are my main 2. It's kind of like the story of ball lane.
Busy night out in the city tonight. A lot of sirens.
Vice versa, like whenever you're if you're support, you hate your AD carry. When you're AD carry, you hate your support. So eventually, I was just like,
Pat, turn the stream up.
So I just started playing AD carry, and that's just what I've always done now.
First character I main was Blitz. And then
Is that better?
The first week that I played League, it was really lucky. Blitzcrank was free. There was like 10 champs that are free. Blitz was free. I played him, and I was like, oh, this is exactly like my main. So I'm just gonna, you know, keep playing it, and it was pretty strong.
It literally didn't change. It changed for me.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. We've ironed out a lot of those wrinkles, and now we're ready to get back to business, B.
We are. So we do have Wilson on standby for an interview from Winthrop University Jungler to talk about the win. How it feels.
Just bump the audio on OBS. Brother, I don't need to. It's at max.
How do you put the win in Winthrop? And what does it mean for Throps to be out?
If you want to use your questions on that, man, I'm not going to stop you. But I have a feeling you're not going to get the answers you're looking for. I don't know if we have time for such philosophy, Eric. That's the thing.
I personally like the deep introspective thoughts of talking about Throps, you know? For those of you who don't know, I know some people might be out of the loop right now. Winthrop's old motto, especially during it was 3 years ago, 2 years ago, it was always Throps out. Throps out.
Yeah, I honestly never understood it, but you know.
It caught on like for wildfire.
It did catch on, mostly because you made it catch on.
Okay. First of all, it wasn't me, but let's continue. Let's move on. Let's get to the interview. Wilson is now finally ready, so let's pull him on.
Okay.
There we go. And there we go. We got contact, man. Wilson, how you doing, brother?
Hi, I'm doing good. How about you guys?
We're doing great, man. It was.
Oh my god, they have him so quiet.
I want to start to dive into that match right now. Now, given that this is a kind of new iteration of Winthrop, at least not one we're used to seeing in NACL because we had the different roster last time. Talk to me about some of the.
I literally can't hear any of them. Man, I turned up the audio where I was able, and the OBS is at max.
We kind of have 3 main voices, but it kind of swaps up between every game. So I'd say the main one is me and only 35, but also there's shot calling.
Yeah, I can't boost it over 100 either. It won't let me. So I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I'd say it's alternating between all 3 of us.
Yeah, it's a team effort.
And talking about early on.
How about that? Is that better?
You guys came back really nicely, but what happened in that first game? You guys kind of seemed like you were struggling, weren't able to really keep up.
Yeah, I think we just we played a team in scrims that played the Vi Rumble comp that we try to run, and I think we kind of try to replicate it because we knew they would be one. I forget what they be one, but that was our plan from the beginning, but we just couldn't execute it. I think we need more practice on it.
So, going more into the series, I want to talk about your personal expectations, where you're looking to develop and grow into the space. What are your goals in the NACL? What are you looking to make out of this?
I think personally, I'm just looking to become a better teammate, just for shot calling, keeping the mental positive, and improving my League of Legends skills. But I think overall, if you're asking for our team ranking, I'd say I'm looking to at least get top 6 to get playoffs.
All right, top 6, not bad. See if you can take it even further, man. I would like to see the most out of you guys, and you guys.
I'm just saying a minimum for playoffs.
Yeah. All right. Off of that note, I was talking with Only 35. He said you guys sometimes do some little team bonding. You'll golf together or something like that. Any plans after this game right now?
Not today, but I know in 2 weeks it's gonna be me and Gabrielle's birthday. So at the same date, April 13th. So we might do something that date, but for today, we don't really have anything planned, unfortunately.
All right, just chill out and enjoy the win, man. You got any shout-outs before we let you go?
Shout out my teammates. Big shout out to our 2 coaches, Tails and Artemis. I think they play a big role in our.
I always forget Tails is working with them.
Big shout out to my teammate, my coach, Winthrop. That's it.
Glad to hear it, man. Well, thank you for joining us for the interview. I want to wish you the best of luck on the rest of the season. Hope you get that top 6, man.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, so
Yeah, they have looked all over the place in the games they've played.
it's kind of sad. I thought they were gonna, you know, maybe have some more team shenanigans, maybe have a little team dinner together, you know.
Maybe not today. We'll save it for, maybe they'll save it for another time.
Maybe we take the Maryville team gym route, you know.
Is that what they do? They go to the gym
I don't know if they celebrate with it, but they do go to the gym as an entire squad. That's Dark Zero for those who are not familiar.
Ah, yes. Okay, cool. Love that.
I do too.
Oh, wow.
So,
I'm really glad
next
that
game now.
you also enjoy team
We're just gonna keep rolling, I think. I hope.
We're gonna throw to for NearAirport. So we're gonna go
Oh
over
God.
that before we get started on our next series.
Oh God, what's the video? We know the team. They're all famous. And his audio's not working.
One of us is going to be live, so yeah, we're all streamers and kind of like known players, and it's unique that like we're trying to strike the balance between being, you know, in a competitive environment, but also like focusing on streaming and making content. So yeah, I mean, for me, there's like pretty much no doubt that we can win NACL. It's more of a question of like if we can sort of like strike the balance between making it entertaining and juggling two things at once, kind of like connecting with the fans while competing. I think you can just expect us to be trying really hard to be the best team. I mean, it's not fun to watch a team lose, and it's really fun to watch a team win, especially one that you care about. So yeah, I mean, the main expectation is obviously that we win every.
Okay, but yeah, he's really missing the point of like engagement and investment, because like the Dallas Cowboys suck every year, and they're the most valuable team in the country, right, for football. Like at the end of the day, people want to see you win, but they don't care. It doesn't matter if you win or lose at the end of the day, if you're just trying to like make money and be having your players interact with your community and having the community be invested. It helps if you win, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day, in my opinion. That's why the Cowboys are so valuable. Because the Cowboys literally suck every year.
And yeah, pretty big words coming out from Double Lift right there, which is pretty much setting up the stage for our next match coming through, and that's going to be NearAirport.
I don't matter either. You said it, man.
Yeah, it is, and a pretty exciting one. I think CCG are a team who have definitely looked better.
Not a big CCG fan. Not a fan.
They had a really great opening with the new rookie mid laner having a great performance in Aojun during his debut, and kind of like we were saying at the top of the show.
If I'm lucky, they get 2-0'd and we move on.
Against tier 2 mid laner. Now you're gonna play 3-time LCS champion. Good luck.
You know, it's so interesting. NACL mid laners, man. I don't know. There's something about them. We've had Toasty, we've had Sammykin, and now we got Aojun who's showing up and making.
Yo, shout out to Sammykin.
Always gotta love to see that, but again, Aojun, I hear boss music. NearAirport is on the other side.
God, they fucked up the coaches again.
We're just gonna get right into this one here. As yeah, I even talked to Aojun just to talk about his experience in NACL so far, what he's been thinking, how he's been feeling, and how he stacks up against somebody like Bowbelter with so much history in NA.
How do you stack up against this guy who was at the top of the best league in North America for a while?
His team can be, and he's actually pretty confident about going up against Bowbelter. He thinks he's a good player, of course, and he himself definitely has a long way to go, but he still thinks he has a chance of taking him down. And I know a lot of players say that.
Tristan, Viban, Gwen Varus. I wonder what that third band's gonna be for NearAirport.
I mean, how many LCS titles is it? 3? 3. That Bowbelter has that you're going against. Big words, Aojun. Put your money where your mouth is. Want to see it. Let's look at the draft right now as the bans come through. Vi taken away as well as Tristana. CCG banning those away. Varus banned on the side of NA as well as Gwen. Some top lane focus to round it out for CCG as they take away the Jax.
Yeah, and I'm wondering too what we're gonna see be that B1 pick for CCG. I'm expecting the Fury to be taken away because that's just kind of how it goes.
Yeah, they really should ban the Fury.
The Rumble that ends up getting picked a lot, and Bessa's fallen a little bit in priority, but we could see
and
that come out as well. Jax ban makes me wonder.
The Jace. Game 1.
Like they just want to go straight for Jace.
Jace's going to be locked in. Does have a little bit of flexibility, most likely towards the top with Crimson over there. Always fun to see Crimson in the space once again. We did see him in a previous season. I forget which season it was. I remember his debut was Radiance, which was
Ambessa.
That was High's old org when he created an amateur squad. So great to see him in the NACL once again, following in the footsteps of Sniper and Viper.
Yeah, and now we're getting that response in draft. The Ambessa that was mentioned. As a reminder, both of these champions can be flexed around a little bit.
Okay, and Skarner.
Both can go top.
That's a pretty good one too for NearAirport.
That I hate dealing with. I just hate Ambessa altogether because she won't stop dashing at me, bro. She just constantly keeps dashing at me all the time.
True, and I mean one way to deal with it is have a lot of move speed.
Or just put her to sleep too.
Yeah, exactly. So that Lilia will come through. We just saw its success in that last game.
I do love Lilia.
You clear Grubs really fast, which is also a great thing to work with here.
And adding more onto the mages, Aljun looking to play the Hui this time. And if you're good at Hui, if you know
the Hui
really well, there's some good counterplay that you can have to this Skarner. Just steer him away before he gets that impale.
Yeah, I am wondering, picking a mage when Ambessa is showing is a little dangerous, but I think Hui probably would have been okay.
Rise.
Hold the fear until she gets on top of you, but it's going to end up being the Rise instead in the mid lane, which we've seen pop up quite a bit.
So Rise getting locked in will round out stage number 1 of the draft. As I look over towards CCG side, the thing that stands out to me is the poke potential that you have. The Hui can bring it in. I forget what the combo is. QE.
Which QW is probably what you're thinking. The long range. Yeah. We all know what you mean, though.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's artillery. You have that from 2 different champions. So you're gonna have a lot of that long range to try and poke down NA before.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Now my question is just gonna be.
Oh, they fixed the coaches. Look at them go.
Everything is fair game now at this point, so I'm imagining NA is going to look to try and pinch that support pool just a little bit. But I mean, there are so many things to be looking for here. Maybe they ban Nautilus.
I don't know who works on their broadcast, but shout out to them.
Remove the ones with easier to land CC. Oh, but instead they go the Jin route. Just remove potential extra range and utility.
Did they skip a ban?
ADC is both sides. Misfortune going to be bound away, Jin bound away on the other end. For that, I mean, I'm looking for things that are not going to be devastated by this Skarner and by this Ambessa that's looking to get into your face. I'm not really sure what's going to be.
And Ezreal's still up, right?
Breezy's really good at playing tank supports, so looking forward for that angle to get Breezy something that can peel off this.
Oh, they're holding it till the end. Now, Doublelift doesn't really play anything that weird at 80 carry, so we're not going to get something like super funky, which is disappointing, but
reliably land CC on. So that flash R from the Rakan is pretty consistent even on someone as fast as Lilia. So I think that is a really good pairing there with that Skarner, and it's just going to end up being last pick 80 carry.
The classic, man. Big Breezy, big Alistair.
True.
You know, there's the classic play that he made where he flanked from like a whole lane away.
Another country, bro. Yeah, it was pretty insane.
But Breezy's really good at finding those angles on the Alistair, and he's good at being that front line.
Alistar Ezreal, okay.
The premier supports, I feel like, within the space. So look for him to be the playmaker for season.
Doublelift is a really good Kai'Sa. That's a pretty solid pick for him.
As the Alistar, if you're going to have him be that solo tank going through here, because you have that ability to get multiple rotations of spells and fights because of your ultimate, you are able to keep people away, and with this sort of a poke composition that CCG have drafted.
Yeah, the Kai'Sa. All right.
That's kind of how they're looking to play this one. You have Rakan, you have this Skarner from the side of NA that are trying to get on top of your carries, and Breezy, who we're kind of seeing if he can step it up this split to become a top support in the league. It's going to be on him to be able to keep them away.
And I want to put the attention towards the bot lane since we're already talking there. I think this is a very interesting matchup to say the least. You have Double Lift and Biofrost. The veterancy speaks for itself right there, but for those who don't watch too much Tier 2, Array and Breezy have been in this space for a while in Tier 2, and they've been standouts for a long time, to the point where Golden Guardians, they dropped their Tier 2 team, but they still kept Array on sub. It kind of speaks to the skill level that these two players have.
Array is really, really good. I wish he had gotten an opportunity higher up. But he hasn't gotten it yet. Hopefully he will at some point. Real solid player.
He was never able to be better than, Busio, better than Ayla, players who now have moved on to the LTA North. But now that a lot of these players aren't here anymore, he does have that opportunity to really step up and finally be at the top end of the support pool in Tier 2.
And when I talked to him earlier, I asked him, how do you feel about the matchup, man? Are nerves high at all? This is Double Lift and Biofrost you're going against. He said he's excited, man. This is going to be a great match, and it's an official...
I do love seeing Double Lift and Biofrost play. Like, I love Biofrost. I'm a huge fan.
We have a great chance to beat them.
You love to hear that kind of confidence, especially versus the team of NearAirport. This is going to be an interesting matchup for me, just because CCG is a team. I mean, they already seemed like they were going to be pretty good. They got a really nice win in their first week.
I think Spica being in NACL is a crime, though. Spica is so good. And he's so young, and I know he really wanted to play still.
Okay, how high can they actually go? And I think NA is a great test.
Pobelter holding on to that flash.
I don't know if he ended up having to flash there, but it was probably safer.
Needs to land that pulverize and wasn't close enough to really risk that attempt. But Pobelter does burn his flash at the end of the day. I did see that.
I was gonna say. Yeah, that's super valid. So there's still an angle there. I mean, I'm expecting Breezy on something like Dalisar to look for some of these rooms to be able to do exactly that. That's another flash. Oh, he's dead.
Oh no. Oh no.
And I like this call. You know the waves aren't crashing quite yet, so you want to be, you want to throw some harass over here, over to Spica and Double Lift, and because Biofrost isn't quite there, you can see them trying to zone him off, make him go the long way in hopes that he's going to miss out on a little bit of golden experience. So good opening from CCG.
And continuing the
That's tough.
That I had with Breezy,
That's very tough.
He thinks Array is a fantastic player and one of the best ADCs within this ecosystem. So
Array is really good.
Right there where they can at least capitalize on some of these missteps to get themselves this early lead. It's got to feel good, man.
Yeah, it's a great opening. I mean, Array is a player who...
Oh my god.
Nice. He's aggressive. He's in your face, and he's looking to get another kill on the Biofrost. Now blocking those Mystic shots is Double Lift, but he can't block it when you flash forward. Array will get the kill.
Double Lift's gonna double kill them, though. Or just the one.
Breezy was about a half a second away from saving Array's life, but still, you punish Biofrost.
That's still fine for him.
He's going to be behind on XP, so to go in for that play and get a second kill for your Ezreal, I mean, this is still a good start here.
Like, really good for Ezreal, but Double Lift clawing a kill back is good.
Get some gold on this guy. He team fights really nicely, so to get him this early lead is so great for this team.
I remember just seeing how well he positions in a lot.
Yeah, it sucks.
It's incredibly hard to get onto the back line and take down Array. So
oh, I didn't realize he checked a compact when he died there. Was that a shutdown? No, it's too early.
Where we're going to see Array really start to shine out. But with Breezy by your side, it just might be the lane outright as Double.
Oh lord. Yeah, he was pretty low to start that.
Brutal. Again, no flash already. Really low health, so he's just going to have to go home and lose out on a bit more of gold and farm in general. And you can see it, like Array, he's really starting to push this lead already. He came back with a long sword. He's already stacking the tier. And they're at a point where they can already start hitting this tower.
Yeah. Now, all this said, even though it's good in the early stages, the still is Double Lift, the still is Biofrost. They're very mechanically gifted players. But for Array and Breezy, you're sitting pretty.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I like the call. Just recognition of when they're going to go. I hit that level 2. They know there's no way for Biofrost to live, so they send it. And it almost went out perfectly for them, which would have been even crazier.
Array with the full commit. means that as he comes back to lane right now, he will have his tier already down. That was expected, but 2 long swords on top of it, so he can continue pressing a lot of this momentum.
Yeah.
That's a smart call from Double Lift. That'll get him back gold-wise quite a bit.
Things are kind of going about as expected. You know, a slight lead here.
I'm a huge Cull enjoyer, though. You'll hear me praise Cull as an item all the time. Are they camping? Yeah, they are. Spica is here, though. Ah, not enough, though. Poor DL. Well, they played it really bad those first few levels, and they're just driving it home. The fact that they played it so poorly, you know? He's paying for his sins.
There's a vulnerability. AD carry. Kaisa doesn't have flash. Abuse that. I don't care about camps. I don't care about waves. Kill her over and over again. And you're just really setting Double Lift far behind as a result. And again, that fast clear coming.
Dardock's gonna, yeah. 100%. He'll keep coming back.
This wasn't the game that NearAirport wanted to play. Double Lift started off with the call. You're not looking to exchange fights right away, but CCG flipped that completely on its head. And now with Spica having no flash as he approaches level 6, that makes it even so much worse for the playmaking of NearAirport to come online in this early game.
Yeah, and you can just see it. Array just keeps stacking items in the inventory.
The lane swap.
It's feeling really good as we see that lane swap come through off of the respawn.
Yeah, for the grubs. The grub spawn.
Get him some breathing room to allow him to kill a couple.
Oh, it's for the grub spawn, but
That's just what he's hoping for here. And of course, it is also, I mean, I don't want to say it's in preparation for grubs just because
it is.
I really just see no angle, no way for NA to be able to secure them. As CCG has the Lilia, they have this Ezreal who already has a Phage, longsword, and tier. Like, it's just not happening, bro.
And the gold lead already really starting to add up early on into this. We're about at 500 difference between the ADCs alone. I mean, considering this is just the first opening minutes of the game, that's pretty big for Array. And it came off of what was repeated ganks into the bottom lane without Dardock. Breezy's just going to make the gank himself.
Yeah, and I will say, even though things have not started off NA's way, we should mention that this team does scale pretty nicely. Yeah. We're talking about Kaisa in the late game, talking about Ryze. There is going to be a lot of...
Oh, he got so many of those.
We talked about how Breezy is meant to keep the divers of NA away from his carries, but NA's job is to circumvent that. If they can get Pobelter and Double Lift to get out their max DPS, that is their way to victory in the late game.
You know, one of the kind of wild things to think about, since Breezy's been really big on making plays, he was almost not part of this squad. He was supposed to be on another team. That org fell out. They did not have funding. They had to release all their players, and CCG reached out to Breezy as their last and final piece. And it feels like the piece they definitely needed, because week 1, starting off beautiful with the 1-0. Now look at this, the early game into NearAirport.
Was Breezy a pulse piece, or?
Glove, you mentioned it. He's really happy to play with someone like Array. Just recognizes how good of a player he is, and we see how good of a bot lane they've become.
There it is, headbutt pulverized, focus onto the mid lane, will follow it up with
yeah, Pub's fine.
Beats a lot of damage, but will not burn his flash.
Doesn't need to, but is forced away from this lane. And because of how well bot and mid lane have gone for the side of CCG, NearAirport haven't really had a chance to touch any neutral objectives. They couldn't do first grubs for good reason. They had no way to reasonably get on top of this dragon, so now CCG are going to go ahead and grab that for themselves.
I mean, look at the bodyguard right there. You got to get past the bouncer Breezy if you want to get anywhere near the club of Dragon. And he's not letting anyone through at the given time right now. First Drake belongs solely to CCG.
Yeah, the extra bit of resistance.
Why are so many of them using just the base wards? Do they have to use the base wards?
Are being set forward for that next spawn of grubs. We're 2 minutes away. And with how strong Array is, how far ahead CCG have become so far in this early game.
True Shot Barrage comes out, lands on the double lift. Playing distraction will be Biofrost. Gets a good chunk of damage onto Breezy, but Array is landing those Mystic shots and is finding his DPS.
Ooh. Pobelter.
Array looks to get one before he goes down. Needs to focus on the double lift, waiting for that arcane.
Yeah. No, that's good.
Belter will clean it up.
They ended up just saying, like, yeah, I'm just hiding behind the minions. You deal with that.
A little bit there. He ends up getting a kill for himself, and he's already stacking that Rod of Ages. And I like this play mid lane, if we can look at that. Yeah, Aojun forced the flash. Pobelter responding back into the mid lane with the Realm Warp is actually a really nice touch because you get Aojun's flash out, and now you make him vulnerable to a play.
Let's take another look.
Crimson TP'd into the bot lane there.
The ward's in the right spot. Perfect teleport flank.
Yeah, and I respect Breezy for, you know, committing the barrier, trying to see if he can secure a kill, but not actually going for the flash. He's going to die 100% here. He's just trying to see what he can get while spending the least.
Now taking a look at the map, we're still going to have our marksmen over towards the top side. Grubs will be spawning in 35 seconds, so priority on that.
Yeah.
The name of the game, clearing the wave in the mid lane, is CCG as they look to expand out towards top side.
Yeah, you can see Dardoch making his way on top as well.
Making his way.
Stay safe. He should be able to have a big impact on this grub spawn. I mean, we're seeing the angle here. Even though Biofrost is trying to walk down and defend that ward, I don't
he
think
can't.
there's a whole lot they can do. I'm wondering if it's going to be an instant start because Spica, he's walking out of the base. He's kind of late to this one. Dardoch might be able to just take them all before he gets there.
Do they know that he's just walking out of the base now, though? They haven't seen him, so I guess they could guess, maybe, but...
It's going to be very, very late to this one.
I want to see what the health bars are.
Aojun's in the perfect spot to cut off Spica if he does go for it, but needs to return back to
Yeah, no, they're just giving all of them, I guess.
and take this final one.
Oh, okay, here's, I mean, nope, never mind.
Nope.
That's it.
Ah.
Easy Grubageddon because Spica is late to the party.
Easy Grubageddon.
Yeah, nothing's gonna really come about this play. Nobody has the flash.
Grubapocalypse.
And now Crimson, if he gets this kill.
Nice sidestep from TF Blade. That will keep him alive, but
I wonder if he's going to try to dive him here.
Yeah, and Crimson also has 6 grubs, by the way. So he's going to be doing a lot of damage to this turret. Oh, you know,
Okay.
I kind of respect the vision. He's trying
I kind of respect the vision.
while he's still in turret range, but it doesn't really do much other than help him clear the wave.
Yeah, no public execution to be found because no one's there. There's no public, so
There's no public to execute, exactly.
All right, so
I do love the call of I can see the vision.
there definitely is a lot of bite back from NearAirport, and when I look at especially the farm, when I look at the scoreboard, you know, Pobelter and Double Lift are still farming well. That bodes well for that late game win condition you were mentioning, B.
Yeah, because you see Pobelter already has that first item.
So Doublelift needs 6 more minions to pop that call.
Archangel staff before you really start to come online. So you want to take advantage of this window where you are still quite strong as CCG.
Okay, he bought a Kraken first. Then he'll be able to finish his boots when he backs next.
And Crimson is even coming in with that Shojin, Spear of Shojin first item star. So right now, you're seeing CCG move this focus onto this bottom side of the map just because there are camps to take. You're still strong and you want to set up for this Drake that's coming up very soon so you can continue stacking towards that Drake soul. NearAirport, they're going to stop the Gromp take from coming through, but
Nice, he cashed in his call, so that's going to be really good.
to take place. I mean, we can see NearAirport, they still have some vision to work with, so they're not completely blind, and they're trying to take space and see if they can take a little more. And right now, Breezy, he's kind of defending this.
I think he's just throwing rocks into the next bush.
While the rest of the team is stalling.
The hey, is anyone in there, rock?
Summoner spells. TF Blade has a teleport. Crimson does not. So unless he goes for a move shortly after pushing in this next wave, there's an angle for a 5v4 NearAirport could look for. Yeah.
Okay, a nice easy Drake for CCG there. They might lose Breezy on the bottom side. Oh, he's going to get out. Ooh, nice impale. Double is going to get at least one, maybe two. Oh, yeah, they root him, so that's 2 down on the side of CCG there. Really solid fight on the side of a NearAirport there. They weren't there in time to really have any sort of impact on fighting for the dragon, but they did make up for it with some kills, which I think they really needed gold-wise.
Yeah, it's a really nice bounce back coming through from a NearAirport. To be able to secure that one coming through. Now they find themselves in a pretty
Jace TPing bot.
position to kind of catch back up. They even have a minor gold lead in their favor, because now this is a comp too where they do scale really nicely into that late game. So as long as they're able to keep this pace, they're going to feel really good. I mean, we're going to watch this replay again. As even though CCG secures the Drake, Breezy takes a lot of damage on the way in. I think the hope was that they were going to be able to walk out of this, get this Drake for free, but instead they get isolated, they get picked apart, and they get
Good reaction from Double If there. The second the impale happened and he had the ult, he was gone. Yeah, I think the other caster's mic is broken, maybe? It sounds like it might have died. They're doing a great job just giving Double If the opportunity to just get some extra resources. Can TF Blade win this fight? No, he can't. He does have flash. Oh, he's fine. No. That was close, though. He almost pulled it back. Spica driving through some walls up top.
Were able to secure one and even out the kill score. It also evens out the gold in the process. It might change though because we got some split pushing coming out. Pool Belter alone with that tower.
Yeah, and we're gonna watch this one again in the replay where, honestly, well played from TF Blade to be able to keep himself alive, to be able to stall with the public execution, and potentially go for this kill for the 1-for-1. I respect the vision, but Crimson, a savvy to the fact that he could die. Flash was pretty quick.
It was a good flash.
Yeah, flash at the perfect time. Didn't give TF Blade the time of day to turn that one around. So again, that does even out the kills. Look right now, Dardoch's not in the best spot to be. Gets slammed up against the wall by Spiga.
And Double Lift responded to.
Putting him into the ground.
Again, Double Lift comes flying in with that killer instinct. Something that you really got to be careful of about getting caught as members of CCG. You are... if you get caught and CC'd and Kai'Sa's not too far away, you are in serious danger of getting bursted down. So it's another kill going the way of NearAirport. And they've really kind of found their foothold in this game after a pretty difficult early game.
And as long as they keep this up, it's only going to get better for NearAirport. Team scales beautifully. This was Dardoch just completely out of position, and what happens when a Skarner sees you and a wall? You're going against it.
Yeah, there's really not a whole lot else to do about it there. Again, Spica ends up capitalizing on that one. The nice thing, too, is NearAirport, they still have a Rift Herald to work with. Drake is up, so there could be an angle where they spend some gold, get back on the map, and try and secure that mid-tier 1 turret, then walk themselves to a dragon.
And that dragon spawning in 23 seconds.
I wonder which build, I wonder if Double Lift's gonna, like, splash enough AP to get his W upgrade, or if he's just gonna mostly stick with the AD.
Which I think could be one of the more crucial things. If you want to match this scaling, maybe getting a Dragon Skull could be a way to...
My unskilled ass, like, splashing enough AP to get my W upgrade, but I just think it's fun.
Definitely could be...
You know, I just think it's neat.
A whole lot of healing, shielding, but the damage reduction
Don't mind me, chat. I'm gonna plug in my MMO mouse because I want to play a little WoW later, and I haven't plugged it in a while.
Thing is, Array, despite being so far ahead early on, hasn't been farming as well as Double Lift, so he's actually behind in stats. So that early lead kind of doesn't feel like much of anything anymore. So NearAirport are going to have an easy time securing this.
Good take on that dragon.
It's just going to reveal that.
Speaking got hit, but like, who cares?
Dragon taken. NearAirport able to grab that one up, and they move to start spreading across the map right now. You're starting to see CCG put onto the back foot in this game against Supernova. I mean, they had spectacular 2 games to have a great debut on that week number 1. But for this one, it seems like things are changing up quite a bit. I did phrase this by hearing boss music, but that's really the power of what this veteran experience can do for a team. We've seen it in the past where some teams will like pick up some of these veterans just so they can bring their experience to a lot of these new players. What happens when it's just 4 of them in a streamer, you know? That's when it gets pretty brutal.
4 of them in a streamer.
Really coming through in this situation especially, because it isn't just that.
Good flash by Dardoch to get out of there.
Double Lift's caught up into the game. I mean, Pobelter's been doing a really good job of farming so far, being a part of so many kills, while Aojun hasn't quite.
Yeah, they've done a really good job staying involved and like keeping themselves getting gold.
Aojun recognized the challenge that he posed, and he is definitely living up to it, boss music and all.
Yeah. On this way, Leandri's completed working towards the second item. And as we get closer towards those 5v5s, I think that's when
I do love watching Skarner just like rappel up into the sky. I think that's the funniest thing.
Flicked in a heartbeat and stop that impales. It needs to stop the Embessa as well. And you still need to position well to get away from this monstrous damage.
Yeah, 100%. You are, even though you have fear, even though you have ways of defending yourself somewhat, you are still.
Pobelter just TP'd bot.
Big source of damage, yeah. How you position is going to be really important.
Oh, they're just slamming Otacon.
As well as Breezy playing that defense as the cow does. But right now, NearAirport, they're just going to go ahead and start the Otacon. And this is Pobelter at 2 items on the rise. He is really strong right now. I'm sure Double Lift could show up if need be as well. And he's also in a really strong position.
The voracious Otacon being burnt.
Yeah, it's gone.
NearAirport will grab it, and there's not a single reply out of CCG. It was just given up for free.
I mean, they threw some stuff, but at that point,
going for that all in, I mean, we've been talking about how that's not exactly ideal, especially when you're guaranteed to lose it. So I like the restraint from CCG to not actually full send.
yeah, shame about the Herald right here. Absolutely useless Herald.
Before it actually charged into a turret, but otherwise, I mean, Pobelter, he's headed straight towards the top lane to keep that pressure up there. Mid has been constantly pressured by Double Lift and Biofrost, and you can see Crimson collecting that bottom wave that's been pushed in as well. The map is all red, baby.
Yeah, they're doing a good job pressuring around the map.
Across the place, and CERN, those rivers are going to run red if CCG don't find their retaliation quite soon. Look at the map state right now. I mean, NearAirport are returning back onto the map, a map that they have lit up, as you had mentioned earlier. Very, very deep wards established by NearAirport, which is conceding more and more pressure to them. CCG are struggling to find their answer. I mean, they don't have much deep vision. They can't push deeper into those lanes. The moment they clear a wave, they're pretty much just taking the recalls.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, unless you step up a little too far like Array just did, not a whole lot else is going to happen other than waves being pushed into CCG's side of the map. Because right now, NearAirport are the ones in control.
Yeah.
The only thing really to look forward to is that next strike, but because of how strong NA are and the fact that they have those Otacon GAs to work with, I don't see a world where CCG actually secure it. They're in a really tough spot.
Yeah. And right there, Speak going to be fighting out with
Ooh.
Breezy, and there's the
Oh, and Double Lift's here.
It's time for the rest of NearAirport to arrive. Double Lift is there. Pobelter gets the kill. Breezy's headed for dodge. They're looking to cook him up. Dardoch looks for the escape. Gets a rock.
Oh, they're trying to turn it.
Face, and now the wilting lullaby for the counter engage of CCG. They get a burst in, but that's all you're gonna get.
Oh my God.
Are rolling, and they belong to CCG. The Otacon GA's getting popped. You're not even getting any credit for taking down NearAirport as they're able to walk away victorious.
They can walk him down, but it's all just the Otacon GAs. Yeah, like 100 gold each, no?
It's not nothing, but it isn't amazing either. I mean, you still have teleport on Aojun. There is a chance where you actually could maybe try and get a contest for this Drake, but honestly, maybe I'd rather CCG take this moment to fix up the side lanes.
That kind of seems to be the big issue right here, Beat. I mean, it's been a reoccurring thing where they're not really playing towards their side lanes much at all. It's just a lot of these skirmishes.
And I would say this one was well played from Spica, immediately getting the CC onto Breezy just to ensure that he's not CC chaining him until he ends up dying. He buys time for the rest of the team to show up. And yeah, CCG gets some exit kills, and even though the gold is nice, it is as you said, Eric. It is just the GAs, so NearAirport did show up on the map shortly after.
The gold's nice, you get something out of it, but
Yeah, they got hit by that, and then just showed right back up on the map immediately.
This just gives you a small influx, and you're going to need a lot more than just that tiny amount of 200 gold that's coming through.
It was okay. It's 200 each.
2K in the lead for NearAirport.
And NearAirport off screen secure that their second Chemtech.
Damn, that did not look like it did any damage.
Now, I mean, again, Spica's so tanky, so he's not really the target you're hoping for as Breezy, and neither really is Rakan. Oh, unless.
Oh, Wilting Lullaby comes out. Cleanse going to be used from double lift. Falls to about half health, still burning down to about a third. Teleport being channeled now. TF Blade's able to join the fight. Biofrost gets picked right down.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Sadly enough, it's Breezy who gets the kill credit. It would be more of a fight. TF Blade is looking for an angle. TF Blade goes in.
Ooh, public execution.
The public execution gets caught up by Breezy. The crowd control the cow, paying dividends, and TF Blade gets chopped up. Now Pobelter on the run has to burn his flag.
Good Zanya's.
Has to go golden, but now they await his removal. Take him down.
Oh.
But double lift will put him down, and CCG fight back.
Ooh, that one is tough. I like the angle from Array to look a little further, but if he managed to live and turn that around, CCG could have gone for a Baron, but still, much needed injection of.
It was a good play by
turret as well to get themselves in the gold lead, so they managed a
double lift.
Swing off of that play, Deserex.
It was very, very significant for CCG to get back into this. I mean, it was about 2.5K in the deficit so far, but the way they play this, we hyped up Array's positioning. This is one of the reasons why. He's on a champion that can reposition very easily and play forward when he needs to.
Yeah, I will say we got to give credit to Dardoch for landing the sleep, allowing Array to get a lot of damage with the True Shot barrage on the double lift. Watch this Kai'Sa the whole fight. He hasn't done a single thing. He's very strong right now, but he hasn't been able to participate at all. So yeah, he had the killer instinct, which allowed him to survive this fight, but the fact that he didn't participate until this moment was why this happened.
Action Jackson, man. Array will step up and be that defining carry for the squad. Look at NearAirport. Here they are dancing around this Baron right now, but they're getting poked out. That artillery that we had talked about during the draft, we're starting to see it play to fruition.
Yeah, you can see it now. If you land these spells onto someone like the Kai'Sa, you're just losing so much of your health.
Spica's going in. They're looking for the engage. Biofrost is following, but NearAirport's far away from.
Oh my God!
You can't really go for it. Double lift is still going to try and find it nonetheless. They get onto Array, and they blow him up. Aojun falls, and the rest of CCG are crumbling. It's only
Just seeing him come flying in from the side is crazy.
Spica's running low. Wilting Lullaby comes out. Dardoch is looking for an angle into this, but he cannot find the bowling ball where he needs to. NearAirport will win the team fight.
Wow, really nicely done from Double Lift and TF Blade to get on top of Array. They knock him out of the fight early on, and they lose a lot of the damage on the side of CCG as a result of it. These fights are getting real scrappy, Eric. I love to see it.
Yeah, that was a high-risk play from Double Lift on top of that. Really dived onto that backline with Array. No one else from CCG was able to peel back to defend Array, so it actually worked out so beautifully well for NearAirport, and they're awarded with Baron.
Yeah, they are, and even though CCG...
And they roll Morp out. God.
To get this sort of catch-up back into the game, and NearAirport take it right back with that team fight win and a Baron into their back pocket.
They're looking good.
So the gold lead going to go back to where it was earlier, before that spike. take another look at how this unfolded, because this was a very extended engage, long-range engage coming up.
Watch Array again. Double lift flies in on top of him. You even see the public execution come up from TF lane. Really nice recognition and target selection from the side of NearAirport, realizing, all right, that's a lot of DPS. We can just take them out of the picture immediately. And as long as enough of us live, we got a Baron.
Nice little sidestep from Pobelter at the end of that, just to put insult to injury.
Spica did a good job surviving there too. These guys are fun to watch.
It really showed right there, targeting Array and taking him down, giving him his 4th death of the game thus far. Now, as we take a look at the timers, it's 5 seconds before Dragon comes back up. It's NearAirport who are going to look for that Dragon Soul point.
Soul for NearAirport.
Small things that are nice for CCG. Dardoch hit level 16. He's really strong at the moment here. Also has access to Seeker's Arm Guard, so he has stasis, has the rank 3 ultimate. Breezy, hold on.
Oh, here we go. Ray trying to get some chip damage in. The block's going to be found. Spica will survive, but Dardoch's in a bad way.
Oh, he did get the ult off. Oh, he cleansed it.
Pobelter on the back line looks for Crimson, will blow him up in an instant. Now Breezy trying to be that front line tank. TF Blade goes back in with public execution, finds nothing but his own demise. Mystic shots raining true, raining in, and Pobelter is fed to CCG. Will go golden.
Oh my god.
Time, and Array will claim that trophy. Double lift dives.
Oh, he got hit with the fear.
2v1. It's not enough. Ao Jun will clean it up for
I've seen him win those.
Yeah, 1K into the pockets of Ao Jun, and it's a big clutch coming through here. I think starting this Dragon.
I've seen him win those, so I had a moment of like, this is feeling like, I was like, is this classic double lift, you know?
I don't really know. I don't like this, Eric. This is kind of scaring me.
Yeah, I don't really like this either. He's still kind of sticking around for it. I mean, Impale's not there, at least.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter. Smite is there. Yeah, okay. I think the idea was just wasting the time on the Drake to limit when Spica could actually go for it. Maybe they're buying time for the rest of CCG. You could see them showing up here. Dardoch is on the way, so it looked like it was a stalling tactic.
Ray knows Biofrost is there, did tag him with a Mystic Shot.
Yeah, there you go.
Now, it gets pulled out. Reset once again. Still a long ways for Pobelter and Double Lift, but guess what? Realm Warp is a skill, so NearAirport can rejoin the fight if they need to. Trishop Barrage comes out, Dragon's going to be secured. Spica is too deep in.
Yeah. He got the Impale off, but... Ooh. That was huge.
Yeah, and Pobelter's the only one left, and they're going to take him down. A
double
for Dardoch, as they are going to be knocking onto the base of NearAirport. Honestly, these spawn timers are so long, Eric. I think we're done.
We're done, man. CCG.
Yeah, they end here.
He said he could beat this team down, and he's putting his money where his mouth is. Game number 1, CCG will take it.
Look at them go.
Yeah, and a really nice comeback from what was looking to be a difficult game for CCG to be able to win Deserax, but they make it happen. I think part of it.
I think it definitely was a difficult game, but solid job swinging it back.
Sort of one by one, or getting some really good sleeps over from Dardoch. We really got to credit his Lilia for the damage he was able to do from the CC. He was able to lay down in the space he created as a result.
It was definitely a bumpy game, a little bit of a parabola type situation, because early on we were just so excited about what Breezy and Array were doing to that bottom lane. And then it just stopped happening. It was NearAirport taking a lot of these team fights off of some of these very ambitious plays from Double Lift and Spica that worked out. Thing was, it didn't work out for the long run. Ultimately, CCG overcome what is one of their big bosses in the league right now. I mean, if you want to make a name for yourself and you want to try and get into the top 3 of this league, this is a start. And off of that note, we are going to take a moment to throw it over a short break. When we return, we'll get into game number 2, CCG versus NearAirport.
All right, heck yeah.
There are some players that use WoW keybinds for League. For me personally, the only thing I use that's weird is my
Having used WoW keybinds, I don't know how they use WoW keybinds for League. I'm not going to lie to you guys.
To reset my camera, I use Y.
All right, I'm going to run an ad.
Unlock and camera lock. I just double tap Y instead of pressing space. I don't know why. Some people move their camera with arrow keys as well. That's not uncommon. I'm surprised by that. I don't really have any unique ones, but I have heard of some crazy ones in the WoW settings.
I mean, I use all my mouse buttons and for like toggle champion only, like for turret dives, and for my when I play Nico for the transforms, you can keybind all the different transforms like to all the other players. So yeah, I think that's useful when you play Nico. I guess it would be that.
Okay, so I know people use space to lock their cameras. I use F1 to lock my camera.
I think really a long time ago, I bound attack move to left click. It's actually like pretty cool because Riot ended up adding that as like an official setting that you can do in the game. It's like actually in the keybind menu now. After a while, I realized, okay, this is actually not super great. I should probably just go back to the default settings and just use like A as my attack.
Yeah, that first game was really exciting.
That's pretty popular, and a lot of people ended up copying it, so that was cool.
I guess for me, it's not really weird, but it's like I asked a lot of my friends and they don't really do the same, which is I level up my spells with Shift Q instead of Control Q, which a lot of my friends, or like Control, and then I use my Control to tell my range, which a lot of my teammates don't really use the indicator to show the range of the abilities.
The weirdest keybind. I don't think I have any crazy keybinds. I guess the only one would be I use mouse button for like pinging wards, like enemy has vision. Besides that, I think I have like the most standard mouse buttons.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, I don't know if they'll end up winning this game too, but I think it'll probably be close at the very least. Oh. That Winthrop series shouldn't have been as close as it was either. It's fun to watch, though. I wonder what both sides will end up playing this game. I definitely didn't think it would be so close of a game. I really thought NearAirport would just kind of roll them. But they didn't. Yeah, I still will never get over all of the crossovers they have for Fortnite. Like all the content and all of the IPs they have in there. Crazy.
This is where we live. On the south side.
Monsters.
Oh yeah, that's coming out soon too. Oh my god, so soon.
You have a UTI at 30,000 feet. Good thing you can chat with an Amazon One medical provider from anywhere. Now just brace your urethra for turbulence.
I'm really looking forward to seeing that second season. It's going to be really good.
12 flavors so bold, your whole life is complete. Dipped in the lake, man, that ranch is deep. New crispy tenders, bring the flavor, Wingstop. I'm your masters of war. You built to destroy. You play with my world. I get your little toy, and I hope that you die. I follow your captain, and I'm sure that you're dead.
And if you want to see it at the table, well, beat NearAirport. Continue this type of trend, you know? CCG, again, I spoke with Breezy. He loves the squad. He thinks they have a lot of potential, and he thinks they can be at the top of this leaderboard. I want to see more of it. It's definitely a great start. It was a back-and-forth battle between these two teams, and I'm sure we got more to come.
Yeah, you got to respect, like, when I was talking to Aojin, another thing he mentioned when I asked him about his goals.
Yeah, just watching NearAirport chain int.
Honestly, the biggest goal is beating Dark Zero. That's the team who that's who they believe.
Again and again and again. Hilarious.
So they're kind of looking past NearAirport, while I'm sure they're focusing on winning every match. So these guys set their sights really high.
I like that. They have a great mind for the game. They have a lot of great players, and especially this debut that we've had from Aojun so far, seeing Crimson back into space, and Breezy being that big frontline bodyguard that enables a lot of these fights. It's a great look for CCG and how their team as a whole synergizes and plays together. As we take more looks at the way that this game went out. Now we got to look at the other side of the coin beatdown and NearAirport. They had a few angles where it looked like they were going to be victorious in this, but ultimately a little bit shy.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of it, it really just simply comes down to these two drafts and their win column.
What it came down to was NearAirport running their ass into the enemy team 47 times until they lost.
Everything's great, but like we saw often or not after fights like this, if a CCG were able to create space, allow their damage dealers to keep doing damage untouched, if Dardoch got good sleeps off with Lilia, then CCG win.
I mean, there was a lot of mispositioning, it felt like, from NearAirport. There was these times where it just felt like they really shouldn't be getting picked into these situations.
Yeah, they shouldn't have been getting picked.
And, you know, with some cleaning up, they definitely have the mechanical power and ability.
They just kept being stupid.
But we're not seeing that team click just yet.
No, but I mean, there's still a lot to be excited about with this NA roster, and the series isn't over, so we could easily see a bounce back come through in the second game. Remember, guys, this is Fearless, so the 10 champs we saw out of the picture. 10 more champs gonna be banned, so who knows what else these teams could pull out going into game 2, and there's that chance NA could bounce back and take us to that 6-game night. Don't you want to see 6 games, Eric? Tell everyone you want to see 6 games right now.
Nothing but 6 games.
Yeah.
Nothing but 3-game series.
Now say you want 7 games.
I want 7 games.
Okay, that's what I like.
That might be too many games.
When are we gonna get the new best of 5 or I don't know? We can
best of 7. Forget it.
Best of 9.
I was about to say that.
Best of 7, best of 9.
Let's set the stage going into this next one, given the fact that it is Fearless. You mentioned that earlier. So a lot of these picks that we saw, not going to be able to go through once again. One that stands out, I think Ezreal was a pretty big one for that game because it allowed Array to reposition quite well to this deep dive that NearAirport were doing. What else sticks out to you?
I'm trying to think the way for Aojun is probably a big one, but it seems like he's pretty competent on a lot of the other mage picks, so I'm sure he still has plenty of things to work with going forward. Honestly, it's kind of tough because even though it is interesting to see 10 new champions come through, I guess Fearless, you know, we don't really feel the Fearless until like game 3.
That's true. We don't really feel the Fearless till game 3.
Everybody plays like 2-3 champions. You know what I mean? As a pro, like that's just what it is.
Especially in tier 2. I mean, it's a way to expand your champ pool in some way if you really think about it. But as we head into the draft right now, first ban is going to be that Talia. Talia's been a really good champ in the current meta to respond to a lot of the picks that we've been seeing going through. I mentioned it earlier. Ambessa was one of them. Callista is another. So get that off the map, man.
All right, the Gwen expected. Talia, Rumble.
Played a monstrous Talia game last week against Supernova, so I think it definitely deserves the ban.
Deserves the ban. Give the man his respect. He's earned his flowers in only 1 week of NACL, and kind of getting it right there. Next ban comes in, focusing towards the top side. Rumble going to be banned away as well as Jax. This is the Crimson
Jax ban.
Blade matchup that we're looking up. Comes to those champions. Vi going to be the last ban for NearAirport.
Yeah, another big Dardoch champion.
Vi ban.
I forced the ban the Nefiri, and considering kind of what's left, there's a lot of options.
One deep cut Dardoch champion is Rek'Sai. I haven't seen him play it in a long time, but he used to play it and used to be very, very good at it. Or are they just griefing? Yeah.
Maybe CCG want to go to game 3. I mean, jokes aside, I think this champ is insanely strong. There are ways around it. CC heavy composition, you lock her down, don't let her move. It is possible to beat it. It's just tough.
They have to have a response to it in order to be.
Yeah, they must have a plan.
Surely that's a meme. Surely, okay. Whew. I just like Nefiri owns skill shot champion, so if I saw Blitzcrank, I would have lost it, bro.
Okay, so this is a start at least. We get some crowd control that is point and click. You can drop that right onto
I love
Nefiri.
that.
Good start.
Yeah, it's really good. Honestly, I would just love it if they ended up going for something like a Nautilus as well. I think that'd be really good. I wonder if NA is aware of that and are considering grabbing that one for themselves. Either way, seems like they clearly have a plan on the side of CCG, so let's see it play out more.
So the response for the Nefiri, I'm a fan of it so far. We got to see more of that development in the draft to see how this is going to play on the
Azir, all right.
Sure, because Nefiri is just one champion. We still got many others that we have to deal with, including Azir. Hope Belcher's going to be playing that into the mid lane. It does act as a good response to some of this engage that CCG want to do with the Maokai. He jumps on you. Goodbye. Emperor's Divide. MF staying a little bit too still. Goodbye. Go join my team. You die.
And it's nice, too, to have that lane push to give Nefiri a little bit of breathing room pressure, maybe opportunities to get aggressive if they present themselves at
And the Jhin, Rel support on the other side. That's fine.
Hitting one of the dogs, one of the pack from Nefiri. So this is another great
They mixed up the coaches again. Mesmerism is coaching CCG.
Basically, an Orianna Shockwave, grab everything, drag it to its demise. First phase of the draft gonna be finished now. I really do like the front lane tank that we really have coming out from CCG so far to protect this misfortune. But there's a lot of aggression that I see on NearAirport. You're gonna have to get through. I mean, Azir scales incredibly well. You're gonna have Jhin, who's gonna be poking shots into you left, right, and center, as well as this Nefiri.
And I think that's why you see the ban on the Kennen too. Though it's not a very popular champion at the moment, something TF Blade is definitely willing to play, and a great team fight tool.
It is a good team fight champ, obviously. I mean, it's Kennen, you know.
TF Blade focus, or maybe they do, maybe they remove one of the support options there for Biocross. But I'm imagining
I'd probably be targeting TF Blade, personally. Just because compared to the rest of his squad, he is, like, by far the worst of them, right?
Some of this potential tank that NearAirport are going to draft, especially the fact that you have the Cosmic Radiance, that's the word I was looking for, that you can place onto this Nefiri. Good luck, bro.
Yeah. And now I'm kind of wondering how they're going to round out this draft. I mean, we know Eojin plays a lot of mages, and we saw the Victor.
He does play a lot of mages.
We could easily see that one come through for him as well. The extra bit of CC would be nice, or the mobility angle and the burst damage angle would be.
Ooh, LeBlanc.
Although I will say that is one champion whose skill shot could get owned by the pack. That's all I'm saying.
But
that's all I'm saying.
You can distort the pact. That's
Can distort the pack. Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. And the changes around that aren't until next week, so I like where your head's at.
No, we're not going to go that way.
No, it decided on Syndra, I guess, which is fine as well.
It is still a skill shot, but it's a little bit harder to see coming when that Scatter of the Week does hit, so still something to continue adding to the crowd control repertoire that CCG have.
And it's still AoE. It honestly is a really nice answer to a Zero we've seen often in this league. Just the fact that you can
Bard?
with the scatter, and you can also prevent him from going in. I think really good Syndra players do that in this matchup, where you're watching for that big...
The Biofrost Bard?
Yeah, just say, nope.
Look at this. Okay, this is a little bit of a history. Tried and true champion for Biofrost.
Oh my god.
And, take you back all the way to when he debuted on TSM. I remember one
Yeah.
of the picks we saw that made the crowd fall in love with Biofrost was his Bard play. He got a lot of long-range Bard ultimates that locked down.
He played a ton of Bard.
So a little bit of tried and true pick for Biofrost.
Yeah, and I think it's pick potential that they're looking for with a pick like this. And I really like that angle. Syndra, Misfortune, it's just so perfect for you to land those Tempered Fates. Most of the time, they are going to have to flash, so there's a lot of really good setup in that regard for NA.
Yeah.
And it seems like these fights that they're going for, they are going to be really chaotic. You're looking for Bard to start things off. You're looking for the exploding cask from TF Blade on this Gragas to be able to break up these fights. So it is a lot more messy, while CCG, they just want to play really straightforward, front to back. They want to set up these Misfortune ultimates, because that's where a lot of this DPS is coming from.
Yeah, basically what the setup is here is for CCG, if they do find a 5v5, that's their wheelhouse, that's where they're going to thrive. NearAirport wants the chaos, man. We want a skirmish, we want to fight anywhere and everywhere in places where you can't group up as a unit. We should see plenty of that coming through from this squad.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting at the very least.
To hit the rift. Game number 2. NearAirport versus CCG. CCG taking game number 1 with authority. Now NearAirport, they're trying to recover from that week 1 loss. It's not a good start for them, but they got to turn things around now.
I wonder if this is going to end up like every super team does, where they end up just not performing well because of a multitude of issues with the squad.
Eric, for any level 1 fun, anything interesting, anything exciting, but they're not giving it to us.
What happened to the old days of NACL when we would just int 5v5?
We would just level 1 all the time. Oh my god, I miss Wildcard.
And then you just come back.
I miss Wildcard. Yo, me too.
It was like Moose Hater, Keel, Saligo, which was the most random one.
I also miss Wildcard.
Wow, that was years ago. Well,
running the ass down level 1 for no apparent reason. No plan, just fighting.
Nothing is really jumping out to me. Dardoch, my eyes are on him in those early minutes. As Nefiri, it's pretty similar to playing something like the Nocturne, unless there's the most obvious gank in the universe. You're just going to farm until level 6, but Dardoch has these opportunities to play off some of his strong laners, especially in that mid and bot lane, to see if CCG can get some early advantages.
So basically, we shouldn't see the most active early game, is what you're telling me right now, B?
If you're NA, yeah, you're chilling. Maybe Dardoch can be the one to have action, which is basically what I'm saying. I'm expecting, because you're playing Maokai, there's a flash W angle here, or just a straight W if the position is good.
Looking at the mobility of some of these champions, I mean, there is an angle to go for that. Jhin is not the most mobile. It's a little bit risky when you do it against Azir. If he's able to shuffle back in time, you might be underneath the tower. So maybe focusing towards the spot lane, or even the top side, I could see coming out from Dardoch.
Yeah.
I see Double F tanked a tower shot there.
Took a nasty trade, but it was to get information on Spica, on this Nefiri, to get an idea of where he's going to end up. The end of this clear. I mean, they have the info, so it's seeming like him and Dardoch are going to end up on the same side of the map. And I'm wondering if
he's on KDA Gragas top. That's hysterical.
We're going to see an early fight in the bot lane once again. Chipping away at each other. Breezy hops right into the face of NearAirport's bot. And kind of seeing similar vibes to what we had in game number 1, where you can tell that Ray and Breezy really want to continue the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, taking advantage, even though this is a double range bot lane, Biofrost pretty low on the mana, probably because he's dropping a lot of those shrines. That does mean that not many spells are going to be thrown out. Now as you watch the junglers, you can see
What a Fury skin is that?
where are they going to end up?
Oh, that's the like street paint one. Just a chroma of it, I think.
Curious. He just doesn't want to fight for it. He knows he's going to end up being there. He doesn't want to interact. Fair enough.
That's a fair angle to take.
I mean, 1v1 you do get dog walked. I was just wondering.
You do get dog walked 1v1.
Your priority is over towards the bottom lane, but it's at the same
Nice
time
dodge.
getting a reset coming out from the bot lane of CCG. So going from scuttle to scuttle is going to be Spica.
Yeah, but I will say Dardoch, he's coming back with some stats. Array is coming back. I mean, with a cull, so not really any stats to speak of. But it does mean that. Actually, it doesn't mean anything.
He took that scuttle so fast.
Explaining it, so it's over. Double crap from Spica. It does actually feel really good. Again, you just want to farm until 6, so every little bit helps.
Like, you try and get the mind games, you try and play it right. Spica's just one step ahead of you.
I know.
We'll take both of your scuttles in the process, but that's a good amount of EXP. Go over towards this Nefiri and get towards those later stages. You were talking about it. It's kind of like a Nocturne. You got to farm up a little bit before you get into the zone.
And you can see Spica's already level 5 because of that. So we're getting that level 6 really, really quickly.
Public using the vanilla Azir skin is pretty wild. I feel like nobody uses that these days.
Same time, Dardoch is not going to be the most influential when it comes to at least damage output. That's really going to belong to Spica. So it has to be about being pretty straightforward with these ganks. Again, it's point and click. Can work out well, but you just can't do it on your own against the Fury. You need someone to back you up.
Yeah, I will say a challenge that CCG are going to run into is damage output. We kind of mentioned it in draft. There's a lot of pressure on Array this game.
What happened down there?
To get really fed, to get really far. That's why you see the early cull purchase coming through here for Array, because this Misfortune is all the damage. At that bullet time, it needs to go off. You need to be aware of people like Povelter, Biofrost trying to CC you, cancel that ultimate. Speaking of cancel.
That's what makes the Bard such a big pick here. You stand still when you press bullet time, and that's the easiest target for a Bard to hit with that Tempered Fate.
Yeah, not wrong. Now, I will say, Breezy, pretty good job of delaying that recall there from double lift.
Well, he entirely prevented it, at least for a wave.
But instead, it's looking like they want to stay, they want to pressure him more, and prevent him from potentially swapping here. But it's looking like Spica will just get the grubs anyway, so I think it's just more about preventing him from spending more gold.
See the call of Biofrost. Just kind of camping out in the area to make sure this is going to be as safe as possible. No real issue. First 3 grubs easily belonging to NearAirport. So you look at the state of the game right now. Nothing too much really happening. I haven't had our first blood just yet. Mostly just a battle of the lanes. And in the lanes,
Oh, they're ganking.
better over on the top side. It's the main standout so far in this game.
Yeah, nice flash from Aeojun. I respect that he waited, because you do have a good bit of time, if you're quick, to respond to that Emperor's Divide.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of the angle there, where now Spica is level 6. So now he's a lot more comfortable about having impact, about making plays, especially if he's moving around with Biofrost. And we still haven't seen much action coming through there from Dardoch either. Maybe he's waiting for level 6 in his own right. He just ticked over. Now Dragon being the only thing.
Double still hasn't gotten that back off.
Maybe we see that one come through. Worth noting, double lift, they've kept him in lane this entire time since we last looked. Half health, low mana, he only has a long sword. He does not want to, bro does not want to be here.
No. But at least he's going to get a juicy back when he does get one. I mean, not the most fun to be stuck and have this much priority going CCG's way, because play is pretty straightforward right there. You just grab the dragon and take double lift's head as well, apparently. Flashing forward.
Ooh. They did a really good job keeping him in lane.
And that's 2 games in a row where Array and Breezy are just dominating in that lane phase. Of course, you have the Misfortune, which is generally really strong, but I love how Breezy has just been playing with vision, playing with that Hex Slash, to be able to set up these plays onto the bot lane of NearAirport.
was a beautiful combo of crowd control right there. And Array and Breezy, they just have NearAirport's.
Yeah, and they did a good job holding him there.
And they do. And we are getting in pause at the moment.
That was a pause.
Back to us. Hello, guys.
Hello. How's it going?
What are we pausing for?
I like it.
Also, are you asking me or are you asking Chad?
I'm asking chat right now.
Do you have chat open?
It's not all about you. No, I don't have chat open.
So then how can they even respond to you?
Pete, stop ruining my vibe. Please.
Just make the vibe make sense, bro.
I couldn't even have the hyperbole from earlier, man. Come on.
Hey, I let you say it. I stand by that.
Okay.
But
technical difficulties aside, you know, we can.
It's life.
Yeah, it happens. You know, my camera shut down earlier. Now we have a game pause. It is what it is. But
that was like 3 hours ago. We can let it go now.
For this early state of the game, what do you think about the wind conditions that NearAirport need to set up? What do they need to check off? You were talking about the Nefiri. What else is there on the table, B?
I mean, for NearAirport, you just kind of want to chill and scale. You have a lot of late game power, especially with something like the Nefiri. And I'm imagining the idea for them is just that you want to farm a little bit, and then you will do better in these 5v5 team fights later on. So it's all right to lose kills early on like we saw, but I mean, you have a Zir, you have a Nefiri, you're okay waiting to this 2-3 item mark where you do a lot of damage. Your comp does have a lot of pick potential. And against immobile champions like Syndra and Misfortune,
Alright, looks like we're back.
they have a lot of cards to play with.
We do. Breezy looking for a gank in the mid lane. Currently hanging out over there. There was a control ward that might have spotted out his rotation. It is going to spot him out now. He will be on top of it, so no play in the mid.
No, not quite. I gotta say props to Breezy. Keeping a pretty good bit of deep vision so they at least have some idea of where Spica is most of the time. Because now Spica's in a position where we're going to start to see, good flash.
Okay, so, How June's in a battle.
Ooh, they got him.
Even with the unleashed power, still going to fall. It's just Nefiri things, man.
Bro, no, now's not the time. We need to talk about Nefiri W, bro. Like, what? What am I looking at? This is literally like rework a collie, where you can just dodge turret.
You can just dodge turret. It's not quite like that.
Great flash out of Pobelter right there, because I mean, Aojun spotted the Nefiri coming with the ward, so you need to act fast.
Yeah, it was honestly, it's a really nice angle too to push him towards Spica. Yeah, I mean, that's disgusting. There's nothing else to say. It was a good play nonetheless. Should be praised. Good job.
Yeah. Credit Pobelter. Spica, no.
I mean, Spica, he pressed his buttons, so you know we gotta give him props.
Spica did press his buttons.
All right, fair enough. I'm just mad at him for this champion.
I mean, he's not the one you should be mad at, so you know, it's just what it is. But what
John
we
Riot, damn you.
Yeah, you
John Riot.
You tell him, bro. But 20 seconds, grubs are spawning. And, you know, like we keep saying, it's okay to give up the first 3 as long as you get at least one of the next spawn. And now you can see that setup coming through here, where there is that little bit of deep vision, little bit of tracking, just to make sure you know where everybody is. And it's worth noting, no Zero ult.
As well as the lanes being flipped, top laner is now going to be in the bottom. Teleport available for one of them as the Tempered Fate comes through. I'm sorry, Aojun. It's repeating again. Feels like deja vu. There's an Nefiri that's killing you.
Yeah, that one is tough. Unfortunately, Aojun used the scatter of the week right before that, so there was that recognition to be able to make the play happen. Again, you got to be really careful against NearAirport's comp. It's really good at punishing these immobile champions, especially when they're flashless. So definitely need a little more discipline from Aojun going forward in this game, because again, his scatter of the weeks are going to be crucial.
Grub's getting taken. That's going to be Grubageddon going over to NearAirport.
Yeah.
Secure that one, so we'll be taking turrets quite quickly once they're able to get onto them. CCG just could not find the positioning. A lot of that coming because of the play made onto Aojun. You lost your positioning after that.
100%. There was just no angle, so now they're just going to have to walk away from this one. I mean, they made a pretty solid comeback in that last game, so they're definitely not out of the woods just yet, but things get difficult. And this, chat, get ready to see a lot of this. Because even despite Aojun's best efforts, despite Array's best efforts, they're going to get hit by at least some of these.
This is going to be painful for Aojun.
Yeah.
This is going to be very brutal. I mean, we've been praising the kid. I'm very excited for his play. I like what he did in his week 1. Welcome to NACL. Here are some of the more bigger, badder opponents and strategies that are cooked up from a lot of these teams. And right now, it seems like, hey, you're a mobile. You're going to be our weakness that we target.
And right now, everything.
I like that. Just, hey, you're a mobile.
Is going to be that dragon. CCG got the first one. So there's that angle for a dragon soul to play for as you see them kind of set up their focus bot side. Right now, we are seeing first items come through for basically everyone on the side of CCG, so that is actually a minor advantage that they have. Pole Belter opted for tier 2 boots. TF Blade just isn't quite there yet because also tier 2 boots. So that could be actually an angle for CCG to win on this neutral.
CCG gonna go the dragon stacking route. Mountain Dragon now spawning. Taken currently will be the second Drake of the game going over to CCG.
Quick, guess what the soul's gonna be?
Infernal.
I'm saying I was gonna say Infernal. Okay, we'll both guess Infernal.
Alright. No, change yours up.
We'll both guess Infernal.
You doomed us!
Hextech.
That's not how that works. We were just wrong. It happens.
No, this was you. Okay. You jinxed us. Hex gates are now active. We're gonna have a Hex map instead. I just wanted the pure damage, man.
So did I. I love the...
Hextech Soul is cool, though. I'm a big fan.
That is something really powerful that CCG can play for. Because now, if they're able to secure that soul, that's a big difference dealer in terms of damage. Oh,
it's gotta be nerve-wracking.
Not only that, I'm pretty sure Spica... Did Spica not just take that Raptors away as well?
I believe he did.
That's brutal. See, even when you win, you still lose.
Yeah. Didn't get the double scuttled. I mean, got double scuttled, I should say.
I was gonna
by Spica. And now this.
And now this. Is he proxying?
He's really accelerated in this game thus far. I mean, 2 kills to his name 14 minutes into it. That's a scary Nefiri that you're going to be dealing with. Now the solo lane fight continues. Cassante.
What is he building that has him living like that?
Big back on big back action. Oh, Blade's going to get away.
It's just Gragas things. Definitely helps that he has phase rush, so nicely done by him to get out of that situation here. Unless, is there more of a situation?
I just saw the skin.
Is it the skin? I knew
it's
it.
The skin.
It's pretty funny.
It is a great skin.
Yeah. But things should go relatively the same for there. Nothing really to fight over. The next spawn, going to be looking over towards that top side pretty soon. 3 minutes till you have the dragon. 5 minutes till Otacon. So, again, this plays into what NearAirport want to do. They don't mind if they just bide their time and let the game timer tick up.
Yeah, and I think NearAirport have done a really good job so far with how... Oh, I might need to hold that. No, Crimson is fine. I think NearAirport have done a pretty good job with how they have set up these lanes. Because so far, a lot of their champions, they're really hard to make successful plays on.
Yeah.
I mean, this is Zir. You always have an escape with that shifting sands. Gragas is Gragas. And Jin can farm at range, so...
Alright, here we go, collapsing onto Crimson underneath the tower. He's a Cassante, though. You got to do a lot of damage before you take him down. It's okay. Here comes the Bard ultimate, lands flush right onto Breezy. He's not able to move. He doesn't get to play League of Legends. Dardoch goes deep, looking for TF Blade, who's running out of mana. Doesn't have too much left. Array will be the recipient.
He's dead.
Kill to clean it up for CCG.
That one feels good as a response, but I will say, he's okay. He's
thumbs up, buddy.
Thumbs up. Yeah. So that's something that you get back on the other side for CCG, but again, it's kind of tough for them to make any real plays. Just because, again, you're really safe as the Azir. You can play from a good range with Jin, especially with the Bard in your back pocket. Gragas is Gragas, who only dies in lane in the most trying of circumstances, as we see this replay again.
It's a Cassante. It takes a while to be able to take him down, but you got 3 boys there, man, and Biofrost doing
3 boys there.
Actually grab the turn eggo right there to make sure that this is an easy clean dive.
Yeah, it costs a lot in terms of summoners, but they managed to secure it. Yeah, I mean, TF Blade, he was always going to be the sacrifice for this, but we have some action in the picture-in-picture as well. looking like everybody is backing off. I'm seeing a fast recall, so it's looking like NearAirport are the ones who have secured the Rift Herald.
Good for them, securing the Rift Herald.
Rift Herald belonging to Spica. And with 6 grubs, that's pretty much all you could really ask for. I mean, once this Herald crashes into a tower, that tower's gone. There's going to be grubs falling all over the place. A good amount of damage to follow it through. This just adds more to the snowballing that we're starting to see from the airport.
Oh, and it's a lot of snowballing, that's for sure. The only real saving grace was those early Drake CCG have gotten, but now that those are the, now this dragon is the only objective on the map, you better believe NearAirport are going to set their entire focus on this bottom side, as we're already seeing that focus start to shift here, because now...
Yeah, they are working their way down here.
NearAirport have had, we're getting close to second items for key damage dealers like Spica and Pobelter. It's going to be really hard for CCG to interact around this Drake.
Am I watching a replay? Thought I've seen this before. We're going for a dive right onto Crimson. Tower goes down, but he gets pulled right back in. Uses the all-out to get him back into a better position. Now here comes the Maokai ultimate. The bullet time finds one kill.
They turned it around.
Ultimate advance going to be used. Twisted advance onto Spica as the Shurima shuffle will return 1 in the name of NearAirport, 2 in the name of NearAirport. Double lift is picking them off, man. Here it comes. Fourth shot goes through. It's a
he walked into it.
Will be slain right underneath his tower by Spica.
Oh, and that's so good for the side of NearAirport, just recognizing that teleport advantage that Pobelter had over Aojun. So not
Aojun was just not able to get there.
And they're still sitting on that Rift Herald. Actually, I don't even think Aojun is going to be able to respond. No. There you go. Alright, it's just been nothing but NA in this game too.
Yeah, this is a much more locked-in team. Should get only 35 on that American slang. Now here comes Friazi over the wall. Looks for the hop to get away from engage. He does not want to take. And NearAirport will secure the Drake.
And just like that, they hope the Drake stacking of CCG, leaving them with not many options to play for in terms of win conditions. We're going to see this replay again. And this one is tough. I think CCG a little late to respond. You can see Dardoch kind of bouncing back and forth a little bit, unsure about where he's going to be able to go through, what the ankle is wasting precious seconds.
Yeah, the ult only going on the one guy is kind of bad for them.
And because of that, he is here to turn the tides.
A simple, it wasn't even a shuffle. He just literally pressed R and sent them in.
Yeah, true. Nothing fancy.
Yeah, he just walked up behind them and ulted.
And that's a lot of kills going on to a Jhin. Double lift position all the way in back. Played it as a front to back and was rewarded with a triple kill in the grand scheme of things. And look at that. Along with the Collector, he has his Infinity Edge completed, now working on his 3rd item.
Yeah, a big spike for the Jhin, feeling really good, and just in time for Voracious Otacon to spawn. While CCG can join quickly with the help of the Hex Gates, that's about all they can do right now. Move around the map relatively quickly. It's NA who are running the Rift right now, knocking down turrets, collecting more and more gold, and they're in this position with 4,000 gold in their favor.
Now let's just not do any Otacon throws. That's something we got to make clear here. Baron throws are no longer a thing. It's all in Otacon now.
Well, I think Baron throws are definitely still a thing, but
I think so. I think NA have a lot of ways to make space. They have a lot of ways to start fights. I think with this gold lead, they could just start Otacon whenever they wanted.
See hero, kill hero. As Breezy gets chased out of the jungle, Spica and Biofrost latching on to him and making sure that he knows this side of the river does not belong to CCG. Dragon will be
this side of the river. No, just the river.
Just positioning of the map itself.
Yeah, only thing to really take stock of is that there is that teleport advantage in
He missed the QE there? I thought it hit him.
Take that, bait NA into a fight and use that CP to their advantage with Crimson joining in. That's the way they could make this work, but otherwise I think NA are smart enough not to engage and just poke with their range.
Tempered Fate doesn't find the money, but look at Pobelter. He's right on the flank. He has an angle to go in. He gets blocked from finding that.
We got one.
And it's a kill that belongs to Aojun.
I didn't see what stopped the shuffle, but super clutch and exactly how CCG needs to interact with the Azir. So being able to do that, it got them one.
I also didn't see what stopped the shuffle, but
So that is a bit of a reprieve finally for the side of CCG.
I don't think it was the scatter. Was it the Bramble Smash? Hold on, let's check this.
It is. Oh no, Pobel.
he just screwed it up.
It was just a misplay. So he, honestly, sometimes it happens. And if you're CCG, you're gonna be real happy about that one watching in VOD review, because that could have been, or that would have been, the difference from 1 kill for CCG for like a 1 for 2, 1 for 3 kind of situation.
I just find it funny though, man. We're like gassing up this.
Someone did something, guys. Oh my god. And then it turns out, you know, we all fumble sometimes. Even 3-time LCS champion, a Pobelter.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. It is what it is. Dust yourself off.
It be how it do, exactly.
But so far this game has been pretty handily controlled by NearAirport. I mean, they're holding positioning over the river at the current moment. Kind of makes me wonder if the idea is to try and bait out a play so they can make something towards the Otacon.
I wonder why they keep pausing. Like, what are the pauses for, you know?
Yeah, it's that plus the fact that on this bottom side, Drakes are going to be pretty important. You don't want to, if you're NA, you don't want to leave any Drakes to CCG just because they're already halfway to a soul. It is quite a powerful soul with the Hextech Dragons being the map of choice.
Comeback potential.
So, yeah, definitely. So I think that's something that they need to be wary of. And getting picked off like we saw is also something that NA need to be wary of.
Yeah, can't have moments like that unfolding, especially in a game like this. I mean, there's still a lot of pressure on NearAirport. For those who don't know, week 1, they lost their first game against Luminosity. Starting off 0-2 would hurt, man. That'd be pretty devastating for me. I'm not sure about the caliber of players that they have over on NearAirport taking something like that. But it is still a big deal, and it does mean that, you know, a single round robin, you're now playing comeback.
Yeah, which would be something, honestly, nobody on this league would be happy to do. So we're going to see if NA can continue this lead that they've gotten in this game, and if they can make that comeback to take us to that game 3. Because, yeah, going 0-2 is not something I had on my bingo card for this NearAirport roster. I mean, I kind of expected the loss to Luminosity, but I think considering the experience, especially the recent experience of that roster, that's a bit of a different story. Even though we have some of that experience here on CCG, for someone like Dardoch, it's missing everywhere else.
Coming into the series, I had an idea it was going to be competitive. Ray and Breezy, Dardoch, these are names that have made big moves within esports, within League of Legends as a whole. So there's your power, and there's your fight coming out from CCG. But now NearAirport in game 2, they'll be the one in the driver's seat as we restock what's going on right now. We're 23 minutes into this one. Otacon is still on the map. That's something that we're going to be watching for. Actually, is it? No, it was taken. Wait, what?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it was taken while we paused, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
So,
what?
NearAirport, now they have those GAs to be working with here. And as we get closer to this next Drake, I think that just means we're likely not going to see CCG even go for it. I mean, the nice thing, even though there is quite a big lead here, we're actually kind of close to parity. I mean, we look at mid lane, we look at bot lane. For the most part, the big spikes are relatively close. I think the difference ends up being in jungle and how powerful this Neferi is. But Dardoch, I mean, you're playing Maokai, you're utility, so it doesn't feel as bad. You still have use.
Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. NearAirport want to make sure that the Baron is at least secured in terms of vision before they start posturing up towards that direction. As well as potential collapse on the TF Blade right here. Dardoch going for the long haul.
Yeah, they're just slamming him.
Wolf get that route going through. No one else is really coming there to back him up, so NearAirport are just going to put their attention onto the tower in the mid lane and let TF Blade be the sacrifice.
I really like Dardoch for holding that Bramble Smash the first time around. Just making sure they maximize the value of the CC they have. Gragas is slippery. So that ends up helping them.
Gragas is quite slippery.
They do sack a tier 2 in the process, but I think you were always going to lose this Drake. So that's why I like seeing Aojun and Dardoch move towards this top side so that they can maybe take that tier 1 turret out.
So that GA popped out of TF Blade only. you don't really care. You actually got something out of this. So Spica gets some alone time with this dragon. This will be another Drake going over, more importantly, denying any comeback potential that CCG could have had with Dragon Soul.
Yeah, worth noting, Spica, very powerful right now. Getting pretty close to that third item. Man, I wonder if he's going for a Sterex or something like that. But he's also level 15. 2 levels ahead of Dardoch. He's been farming so well this game.
Yeah, the hounds are eating good. Now Biofrost over towards the Tribush, finds himself alone. Not the best situation. We'll be able to find that Cosmic Binding. Gets the double stun right out of it. Poe Belcher waiting in the wings, looking for an angle in. A lot of chip damage is now starting to come through as the curtain call opens up and the teleport is channeled through. Breezy, critically low, will be the first one to fall. Gets a shield right up, but followed through. Here comes TF Blade.
Ooh.
2 kills back to back. That's that big man bomba. And now with 3 down and the turret golden, there's not a chance for CCG to fight back from this one as Double Lift goes on a rampage and only Crimson is left alive to tell the tale of NearAirport.
And what a harrowing tale it's going to be. Deserax, the fact that NA are decimating them in this game too, and now they're going to go ahead and secure that Baron. We had questions about a comeback, but I think those questions have been answered.
Don't call it a comeback because it's literally not. You're not finding a way back into this game. It is over. We are going to that game 3, and this is a great bounce back coming out from NearAirport so far. I mean, they're firmly in the lead right now. They got Baron to their name.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie to you, chat. I don't think I have it in me to watch game 3.
Yeah, and this one is brutal, even without the Tempered Fate. The fact is, Biofrost, even if it was a short magical journey,
I'm truthfully very tired, so I'll probably not watch game 3.
and to bait CCG into a losing team fight. At this point, it was just over.
You put down that ultimate and like even the tower is not safe. It was a nice attempt from Dardoch. I'm sorry, Maokai doesn't have much damage. Those low health bars aren't going to be capitalized on, and NearAirport are running amok on this map right now. They have everything they could really ask for.
Yeah, at this point we're considering what the map is like. We could be one team fight away from going to that game 3.
I'm fully convinced this is over right now.
Well, we need a fight. We need the Nexus to explode. Deserax, remember this is League of Legends, so yeah. Let's slow our roll a bit.
Yeah, we've had our Cubby hiccups a few times when he said it was over, and it goes completely awry now.
No. He said done and dusted.
Ultimate. 2 golden now. Oh, explosive cast does a lot right there, but here comes the
Yeah, not a great misfortune ult there.
It belongs to NearAirport, man. Curtain call opens up. Poe Belcher takes down Crimson. Dardoch says, please just spare me, and the dog will tear him asunder. Another kill for NearAirport as they walk towards the base to close out this game.
Well, Array killed the Nefiri.
Gets drawn into the fountain. It really doesn't matter as NA, they're going to take us to that 3rd game, and they're setting up that potential comeback.
Scoreless on the season in week 1. They need to make that turnaround happen.
All right, chat. Thanks for hanging. I'm gonna get out.